Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us in person, and we've got 13 folks on Zoom. Would like to call this regular meeting of the Board of Education to order. The Board of Education public hearing on the proposed 2023-2024 budget will be held on Tuesday, January 31st at 7 p.m. in the board meeting room. The next regular Board of Education meeting is on Tuesday, February 14th at 7:30 p.m. in the board meeting room. Thank you. Hard to believe we are moving fast and furiously through January into February. My comments will be brief. I want to thank RTM Education, RTM Finance and Budget, and the full RTM for moving forward last night with the 3-year teachers contract starting July 1st, 2023. As I've stated, it was a collaborative process through negotiations and arbitration. We had clear goals working with the DEA to come up with a contract that reflects the value we place on education in this town and the teachers and the staff that deliver it each day to our students. Our goals of teacher retention and recruitment are part of this settlement. So thank you for all the work on behalf of the administration and the board and the negotiating committee, and for working with the RTM subcommittees and the RTM. So we move forward on that. We will move forward over to public comment. Michelle.
Good evening. If anyone in person would like to participate, please come up to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes to comment. Please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. Wendy Ward, 67 Deepwood Road. Hi, everyone. I have 2 quick concerns. I was looking at the sports budget for the high school. In looking at the budget, I couldn't help but see a growing disparity that needs to be addressed. And throughout elementary school, the district makes a really intentional effort of having equal experiences among all 5 schools, which seems to disappear when the kids get to high school. With the rising costs, the DAF booster and any other external gifts going to some teams and not other teams, the wildly varying ability to fundraise, our sports activities are actually dangerously unequal, and it needs to be addressed as a policy issue, not necessarily a budget issue. Small teams are specifically, they're just getting crushed. And so they can't even come up with enough money for the basic cost of business like buses. And as a public school, I just think it's a little unacceptable, and it's past its due in conversation policy wise. The other thing is, I know you guys are doing a lot when it comes to wellness and mental health. I'm usually up here advocating for that. But just like we do for every other program throughout K through 12, we need to address the whole student. Simply put, we all have mental health, and research is really clear. Kids can't learn without it. So just like math, elementary school needs to be teaching foundations for higher learning, vocabulary, and the building blocks. Middle school needs to allow for kids to learn how to execute it with a lot of support because they're going to do it wrong. And high school, they need to learn how to live life and act with independence. We've got to address mental health as a foundation to the work that we do in the school district, and DNA, not a drop-in or an add-on. Programs need to follow child development. As such, we need to assess the entire student experience before adding additional staff, programs, seminars, and sadly, Band-Aids. Thank you.
Thanks for speaking this evening. Who's next in the audience? Please step up to the podium. Thank you.
My name is Jan Raymond. I live at 11 Waverly Road. I also serve on the RTM Education Committee, but I want to be clear that I'm just speaking for myself tonight.
Jen, could you just pull that microphone down a little bit so everyone's good? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm also here to speak about mental health. I don't know how many of you saw the editorial in the Darien Times last week, but it doesn't seem to be online. It is in the paper edition. I gave a copy to Duke last night, which he has if anyone wants to see it. But one of the points that was being made in the editorial was that during the past legislative session in Hartford, there was unanimity and bipartisan agreement on the importance and the real need for more mental health support, whatever services are necessary for students, not just students, for children in Connecticut. And I'm very happy to see that Darien has put that on the top of their list as well, because I think we have a lot that we do, and I support everything we do, but I think we can do more and perhaps innovate in some of the ways that other towns have not yet gotten to. But I really wanted to make the point about the fact that bipartisan support in the legislature is not something we often see, but there was bipartisan support for this. Thank you.
Thanks for speaking this evening. Anyone else in the audience?
Hello, my name is Joseph Tang. I live on 47 Hilton Street. And I just would want to address the fact that our high school is currently suffering from
Bring that up to your board. Thank you. Yes.
I just want to address the fact that our high school is currently suffering from a lack of properly positioned bike racks. First of all, our school only has 2 bike rack locations. One is near the library entrance, and that one is very stuffed every single day. And you can see countless bikes just sprawled against the school wall because there aren't enough spaces. And the other location is at the back of the school where the gyms are, and that one is so far out of the way that number one, no one knows about it, and number two, it's so far out of the way that no one ever bikes there and parks there. So that's pretty bad. And obviously biking itself is also really good as the morning exercise that it brings to students helps them have better mental clarity every day, and helps them stay focused in class. And also it also helps improve their memory and also their creativity every day, which is obviously very beneficial. And obviously increasing the amount of bikers every day also decreases the amount of cars, which obviously decreases the amount of traffic at our school, which is pretty bad by itself. And also decreasing cars, better more eco-friendly neighborhood. And what I also want to propose is where these additional bike racks could be possibly located. Number one is near the main entrance. The main entrance it can help alleviate stress from the library entrance, and it also helps bring awareness to bike racks in general, as having bike racks positioned in a very open place where people can see it every day helps people realize that, oh hey, there are bike racks at our school, maybe I should bike to school. And also I would also propose to add more bike racks near the courtyard, possibly outside the auditorium entrance. There's obviously a lot of space there, or possibly in the inner courtyard area, as I have seen people actually park there even though there are no bike racks, because there is a demand for bike racks there. And also possibly near the senior parking area, there's also some space there that could be utilized for possible bike racks. And it's that also helps since right now currently all the bike racks,
You're almost at time.
Yeah.
So
all the bike racks are currently located near the left side of the school, and that only helps bikers from the Norotan and the Hollow Ridge Road entrances. But adding the stuff from the courtyard also helps bikers from the Middlesex Road also be able to bike to school, and that just helps create a much more biker friendly community. Thank you.
thank you very much for speaking. I would ask that you've got your student reps on the board here. I see Principal Dunn here. Mr. Monret, our facilities guy, is somewhere around here. So I think it's a great topic, and I really appreciate you bringing it up. If we're out of bike racks, that's a good thing in terms of how people are getting to school. So thank you very much. Anyone else in the audience? Michelle, we'll move to Zoom.
If anyone on Zoom would like to participate in public comment, please use the raised hand option. There are no raised hands at this time.
All right, good. Thank you. Thank you all for speaking. We'll move on to the superintendent's report. Dr. Adley.
Good evening, excuse me. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for those people who are in attendance, whether our staff or guests or members of the community. John and Swaha, I hope you survived your exams. I'm sure you're glad to get those over. I'd like to mention today, Matt De La Pena kicked off a 4-day visit he's a Newbery Award-winning author. Matt is one of our students' favorite authors. And I want to thank the PTO today for their generosity and support in this event that started off at Holmes and will also include Royal and Oxbridge over the next couple of days. And he's meeting with all the grade levels. I just want to mention that I don't know if our students have this announcement. If you do, forgive me. There are a number of Honors Society students who are participating twice a month at the library, and they're presenting a variety of science topics. Two of our students, Hannah Shaw and Kelly Hathaway, will discuss natural disasters this Thursday, but they present these lectures and series to some of our younger children. There are some of the younger children in the community. So congratulations to them, and that they'll be doing those twice a month. That's literally a tremendous community service. So thank you to our Honor Society students. I'd like to just mention that we're pleased that we hired yesterday a psychologist for our ELP program. I don't know if Swaha and John participated this week, but I believe we had sushi day at the high school.
Yes.
And it was such a popular hit, over $1,800 worth of popular. So needless to say, the chef will be back in 2 weeks.
$1,800 of sushi sold.
Yeah.
Do we have a day they're coming back?
Yeah.
I think we'll announce it because I think we will announce it.
Free sushi for anyone that rides their bike to school.
I also think a lot of sushi made its way over to town hall. So I just want to thank and best wishes to cast and crew of Seussical Junior. That's at the middle school today. They did a rehearsal with our 5th grade students, and they will be performing this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So we wish them good luck. Just in time, actually, for celebrating World Read Aloud Day, which will be next February. If you're interested in participating or reading, let me know, and we can get you squared away in one of the classrooms. As the board chair said, the 31st is the public hearing on the budget. This is an early announcement that was made at the curriculum committee, but it's literally the first announcement a year in advance that we have registered with the Tri-State Consortium, of which we are a member, and we will do a review of the Visual and Performing Arts program K through 12. I won't read over the board committee meetings that are coming to just send information regarding that, but those are my announcements, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Adley. We'll move over to student representative reports. John and Swaha.
Yeah, so things are moving slower at Darien High School for students, at least temporarily, because midterms ended last week. And we celebrated with sushi. So, and everyone's looking forward to the new semester.
Thank you.
Very short this evening. I will say a lot of my friends really enjoyed that sushi. I cannot stress it enough. It was the highlight of our Monday. This Friday night, the Darien High School government is holding a winter dance called the Snowball, joke. And there will be, it's in the DHS gym. Tickets are available everywhere. Students were emailed. There will actually be a special appearance from the winning band from the Battle of the Bands, which was a few months ago, which is entitled William Henry Harrison. So we're very excited for that. Also, in addition to Seussical, which is happening, Newsies is now underway in terms of rehearsals. We have about 2 more months of rehearsals, and we will be performing in early March. In addition to that, however, Theater 308 is also holding a cabaret, which is a fundraiser for the organization that will be in very early March, around the 6th or so. The date is still to be finalized. So please be on the lookout for those tickets because they will be going fast. That's all for today.
Good. Thank you both. Appreciate that. Good luck on the next semester. We'll move on to approval of minutes. May I have a motion to approve the following minutes of the special meeting held on January 5th, 2023, minutes of the regular meeting held on January 7th, 2023, and minutes of the regular meeting January 10th, 2023. We have a motion, Julie Best, second by Dennis Maroney. All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you. We'll move on to board committee and reports. Mr. Sini.
Last Thursday, we had a finance committee meeting and ran through the current year's budget surplus, and it grew a bit. And we're going to talk about a small transfer this evening as well.
Thank you, John. Dennis.
On Thursday as well, the Facilities Committee held a meeting. Thank you to Mrs. McCammon for chairing said meeting. We discussed the contingency fund for the Darien High School track, as well as the auditorium project, which is in our current budget review.
Makes sense. Thanks, Joe. Joe.
Tonight, the Henley Homes and Royal Building Committee is at Planning and Zoning, presenting homes and hearing deliberations on all three buildings. So we hope to hear great things tomorrow. Hopefully.
Anything else? Dave.
The policy committee met on Friday, January 20th. There were a number of new policies brought forward from Marge working with Shipman and Goodwin. I can read through the list, but we would like to bring almost all of these forward to the full board. We did have one that we think needs some further work in conjunction with some of our other policies, which we would like to continue working on. We'll bring that forward after the subcommittee's done some more work.
Great. Thank you, Dave. Anything else? Good. We will move on to presentations and discussions. We'll move on to presentation and discussion on Darien High School Mental Health and Wellness Support System. Mrs. Dunn, Dr. McCarthy, and Ms. Denise Quayle, Kids in Crisis. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you to our staff, and Denise, welcome. You've been working with the school system in many ways through Kids in Crisis for a long time, so thank you. And Denise is the managing director, and we're delighted that she has joined us this evening.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm just going to circulate some people and pass it on.
Ready? So, no, I'll just, I think we couldn't quite hear you too well, but Denise is the managing director for clinical services at Kids in Crisis. And we've been working together over the last few years, talking about introducing the Teen Talk counselor at Darien High School. And so we're going to begin with her presenting some more information to follow up with you from the budget presentation from Super Saturday. And she will give us an introduction to what the Teen Talk counselor looks like in other high schools and at Darien.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. So for those of you that, and we'll show some slides and you have some written material there.
Just try pulling that a little closer.
Sure.
Just want to make sure everyone can hear.
Absolutely.
Great.
How's that?
Great.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So the Teen Talk program is one that we, Kids in Crisis has provided for many years in a lot of schools in the area. You can see on the slides here that it's a program of Kids in Crisis, and Kids in Crisis is a 24-hour emergency shelter and crisis intervention program for children newborn to 17. A lot of the work we do is outside the shelter. It's working in all the towns in southwestern Fairfield County, providing a 24/7 helpline and face-to-face crisis intervention. When necessary, if there's respite or a break needed for anyone, there are 10 beds at the shelter in Greenwich. While kids are at the shelter, they're involved in group, individual, and family counseling. They go to their home schools. Their goal is to get home as soon as possible after a respite time. But the bulk of the work we do, and 80% of the kids and families we work with never stay at the shelter. It's really working in the communities we serve, and that's where Teen Talk comes in. And over the last 20 plus years, we've been providing a mastered level clinician in public high schools and middle schools around Fairfield County. And what they do while they're there is very much what your mental health team does as well. And we partner with the schools that we're in. We're in 15 high schools and middle schools right now. 2 new ones this year, Sachs Middle School in New Canaan and Wilton High School full time. And while we're at the schools, high school or middle school, we're a part of the mental health team. So we work closely with the staff on helping kids in the school that are having some struggles. It started many years ago. We piloted at Staples High School about 20 years ago after Columbine. It was really in an effort to work with kids and families that were kids that were flying under the radar, not the ones that were identified or in special ed. So the majority of the kids we work with are not special ed students. And actually that's the targeted group, is not to be in special ed. It's the kids that may be having some kind of struggles or concerns in school, and they may be referred by their guidance counselor, or school social worker, or psychologist to the teen talk counselor. The teen talk counselor provides confidential support, similar confidential support that your mental health team in the school does. But being a guest in the building, not being a school employee, gives a feeling for a lot of parents and students sometimes to go to someone different than their school guidance counselor or social worker. But it's still a team effort. Some kids will still continue to go to their primary guidance counselor, and some may choose to go to the teen talk counselor. It's a team approach to the whole thing. The providers that are there are also the ones that may be involved in doing mandated DCF reporting. They may be involved in panels in the school, educating in the health classrooms. Your wellness center is such an exciting addition, and a lot of schools are going this direction. I could see us being a part of the wellness center, providing maybe educational information, monitoring the wellness center, being a resource there. Do you want to flip? So common presenting problems with that come forward to the teen talk counselors are similar to what a lot of the staff in the school probably see. You'll see in some of the information I gave you as the data we collect is some of the #1 reasons kids seek out additional help in school is for anxiety and depression. The bulk of what they'll do is do those initial meetings, meet with kids, build a rapport, assess what's going on, and hopefully refer them on to services if necessary, or check in with them throughout the school year. This isn't a private practice in the building. They're not doing ongoing mental health services. If they did that, they wouldn't be able to see the lion's share of kids in the school. They'd be appointment up all day. So what they're really doing is making those crisis assessments, helping staff identify what would be the best route for this student, talking with parents, and referring them out. I think one of the things that I found in all the years that we've been doing this is a little bit of a different approach in terms of meeting with families outside of the school. Sometimes parents would like to meet for coffee outside the building and talk about some issues they're having. I think the other piece that makes it very unique is the 24/7. Problems don't start at the beginning and end of school. They don't end over vacation. They may still happen during the summer. So the goal of the program is to really identify kids that may need some more support after school or on the weekends or on holidays, and really bridge that to the shelter services, the 24-hour helpline, the face-to-face crisis intervention. So if someone had an feeling about a student on a Friday afternoon, was concerned about them over the weekend, they may introduce them to the teen talk counselor, and the teen talk counselor might have an outreach worker come up to the school, meet the student, meet parents, and be a resource over the weekend. What we've found is when there's a teen talk counselor in a community, these are communities we've covered already for many years. We serve Darien right now. But when there's that trusted adult that they've developed a relationship with that refers them to another service, they tend to call. So our numbers for our helpline and our respite services and our outreaches go up when we have a teen talk counselor in the town. And that's not because we cause problems. It's because they do feel more comfortable and secure with the recommendation. And it's a really comforting handoff to someone else for resources. I also feel the stress now on system and mental health support to get an appointment. Maybe all of you have faced this too, whether it's a doctor, a therapist, or any kind of resource, a psychiatric service, is very difficult. Waiting lists and, insurance aside is hard to get. But what we found is with relationships that we built over the years with other organizations and with clinicians, both in agencies and in private practice, we can often work with getting kids seen sooner. And I think that's a great resource to parents. I think connecting with the teen talk counselor happens a lot of ways. You can see in the data, most of the referrals come from guidance and social workers themselves. But a lot of it, as time goes on, and many schools, we've been in their school 13, 14 years, the kids' self-referrals go up and kids referring their friends, having a good experience, getting their friends to come in, meeting with kids in groups. If there's unfortunately a tragedy or anything that goes on, they provide groups at night and on weekends for kids and parents. We've done a lot of that in Darien already and other communities that have needed help. And I think the other piece that's really helpful is that Teen Talk is a program, for one, it's a part of a bigger entity. And all the Teen Talk counselors meet every week in supervision. And they learn about what's going on in other communities. You know, oftentimes it's similar issues and one from one town to the next. And I think pooling those resources and ideas and creativity is also helpful. So they get they get weekly supervision, but they also have a supervisor available every day as a resource to them. We have a point person in the building. It would probably be an administrator. So between the administrator and our supervisor, there's somebody they can go to review issues all the time. And I always say to any school that never would there be an emergency vehicle pull up in front of this building that you wouldn't know about. If there's any emergency, that's the partnership we have with the school. Confidentiality is clearly a big part of this, but there's absolutely a partnership where that information is shared when it needs to be. And I think that's a big trust factor that's built over time. We listed some of the communities we're in already. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I think you did.
Did you want to talk about the data that you shared?
So the data we shared, you can see the lion's share of kids that they see. This is a sample group from one of our high schools. You as a school would get the same data as each mid-year and end-year reports. And the way we really identify success of a program is not only by the data, but it's also by the feedback and partnership with the school. So we'll be evaluating throughout the year how it's going, how it's being utilized. For the most part, in most schools, there's a higher number of girls that seek out the Teen Talk counselor than boys. That's probably true in practice as well in most therapy. And as I said, the numbers indicate the presenting problems being the number ones of anxiety and depression. And the number one referrers are the school themselves, guidance social workers, and then the kids after that. I think it takes a little time. I always tell school systems to think of it as not only a multi-year plan, because it can't be a one and done. It takes time to get integrated into the school, to develop that trusted, relationship with the mental health staff, for the kids to get to know you and the faculty get used to referring to you. So it takes a little time to get it going. And you certainly want to be there throughout a student's high school experience, freshman through senior year. So as you can see in some of the towns, and I put the last page in about the middle schools we're in. You can add one more middle school to that, Sachs and New Canaan. Because a lot of the towns, once we're in the high school, really feel that the partnership with the middle school is important. And I would say, I've been at Kids in Crisis 40 years, and I would say over the years that I would always like to start sooner than later. And that I think the high school is a good place to start, but if I had my preference, I would start earlier, because if you can put out some of these fires before they get to the high school, early intervention and prevention is a big piece. So I think, although it may be clear that you want something at the high school, a lot of schools start their districts and then go to the middle school. This year, we're starting the process of doing it at the elementary schools in Greenwich. So we'll be in the elementary schools and middle schools. So it's just an opportunity, I think, when you're in the middle school at the end of the year, particularly in 8th grade, to make that relationship with the Teen Talk counselor at the high school. So kids are kind of wrapped up.
Do you want to talk for a minute about the selection process and what that would look like? I'm sure people would like to know that part.
Sure. So the interview process for Teen Talk is very much a partnership as well. We go out and interview and vet out people that we feel that we can work with and can do the crisis work and implement the program. And what we'll do is bring candidates forward to the school. So generally we bring 2 to 3 candidates forward, and the school does a very similar interview process to us. They get their team together, ask their questions, vet the person out themselves, and the school really makes the final decision. we'll feel comfortable with everybody we bring. We've done our due diligence on our end, but you know your community and your culture, and you know what maybe aspects in your mental health team you'd like to fill. So if there's a need more in the substance, more in the clinical, more whatever, that's the piece that I think the school brings a wealth of knowledge to. So it would be definitely a joint effort to hire a person.
Shall we go on with the whole wellness piece and then ask questions at the end? What would you
I
prefer
think
to
it'd be
do?
good to pause here for a moment.
Okay.
And open it up to board questions. So, and we'll open it up to board questions on that presentation. Sarah?
Thank you for this. I think that there is a real need for this at our high school, and I'm very appreciative that you're here explaining it all in detail to us. So you mentioned it, that staffing is an issue, like finding mental health professionals is very, very challenging right now. Is it challenging for kids in crisis? And do you have the bandwidth to provide someone stable for, you know, is there turnover? If we hire somebody to start in August, well, I know you can't guarantee, but is
Yeah.
there the bandwidth that person will be able to stay, you know, there's longevity?
Absolutely. You know, our track record is good, I would say. The times that we've lost someone is when there's been any kind of reduction in hours. Wilton did that once. They went part-time and we didn't maintain a part-timer. And we don't do the program part-time. We only did it out of a relationship we had with them. And now it's back to full-time. I'd say the other area that is probably challenging. It is challenging to hire right now, but I think the fact that it's Darien, I think it's a great district, has an incredible reputation. I think people would want to work here and people seek out positions in schools. I think Kids in Crisis has a good track record with hiring clinicians. We've grown a lot over the last few years and the programs have really developed in a way that I think we've built a pretty good reputation, I think, with this kind of position. So I'm really hopeful that we wouldn't have a problem in doing that. Yeah.
Yes.
That sushi and bike rack, I think would sell it without a doubt. But it is a challenging time to hire. I totally agree. And having said that, I just filled 2 positions in a very speedy way. And I have a lot of candidates for our elementary position right now. So I think it's really doable. I think it's an attractive job to young social workers.
I'm going to take chair privilege, just and ask you to build on that comment of being able to staff. One of the things we've talked about, and you mentioned, is the importance of the middle school and being catching things before children or students, get to high school. But from a staffing perspective, how are you finding being able to staff middle schools if we were to talk about that?
I just filled 2 middle schools, one this year, one last year, Newtown's Middle School and Saxon New Canaan. And I do think they're attractive jobs. I mean, there are people that just love working with this age group. And generally speaking, I could probably put my middle schoolers in a high school and a high school and a middle schooler staff wise. I have to say, out of the 15, soon to be 16 positions we have, once they're where they are, I wouldn't move any of our staff into another program. They really become so embedded into the community that it's a great fit. And so I think we attract the right people. And I think the interview process really helps zero that in. I will say, if it didn't match, and it happened on 2 occasions where it wasn't the right fit, like we all do the interview process, everybody tries the hardest and we picked this person. And if at time it didn't seem like the right fit, we would change that person. And it's happened. And I think that's why the important part is us keeping track of it and not, no one needs to deal with it, suffer silently. If it's not working, it's not working, and we can change it. So, but I think once we get the right fit, the longevity is amazing. We've had teen talk counselors 13 years in one stretch at New Canaan High School.
Thank you. I just asked about staffing for middle school. So I called it myself.
Go, Tara.
So you mentioned social workers. Are you just looking at social work, or do you also have, I thought you had LPCs as well. Do you do MFTs? How many years, or do you have LPCAs, or do they?
Well, so we do a mix of it's really a mental health degree. So it can be an MFT, it can be a master's in counseling, MSWs. Most of them are MSWs, but don't have to be. We do look for experience with kids and beauty if it's in the school as well, but not all of them have had school experience prior, but crisis experience. A lot of them have had psychiatric hospital experience, have come from different agencies. So I think it attracts a good group.
Thank you.
Sarah.
Sorry, I have a lot of questions. So I think in talking about this with community members about this proposal, a lot of the questions that I've had is, well, how is this different from the school psychologist? We have school psychologists. Why do we need this person? So if you could talk to, and my answer has been the 24/7 is great. The,
Yep.
The crisis support is great. But if you could talk to, just granularly, how the school psych does the IEP mandated counseling, and what is the difference between if a child really wanted to talk to somebody, why would they choose to go to the teen talk person versus their school psychologist?
So, first off, we don't wear a lot of hats in the building. All your staff wear a lot of hats with IEPs and special ed services or administrative services or guidance, school, academics. We don't have any of that. We are free to be in the hallways, be in the cafeteria, be at events, handle how many people could step away from their job for an entire day to deal with a crisis. And maybe that crisis goes into the evening and maybe it needs some dealing with the next morning. So maybe they need to go to the police station. Maybe they need to go to a hospital. Our staff stays with it from beginning to end. So that piece, I think, is different in some way. And as I said, we're not doing anything with special ed students, particularly unless there is a need for some help or recommendations for a mental health component to it. So we've supported the special ed students as well in that way. It's different, particularly with the 24/7. We're doing a lot more with school refusal issues. Going to the house, meeting with families at night, preparing for the next morning. They come up with game plans at a lot of schools. I had a meeting at a school this week where they talked about the game plan the Teen Talk counselor was doing, first meeting the family at the house, then going, meeting them eventually in the parking lot, and then scheduling days that they meet at the front door, starting their day in their office, and then walking them to class. Kids that are struggling in the larger environments, maybe they have bunch groups, meeting and creating groups of different kids that have a similar issue. So it's it's different in that way. And again, I think it's a partnership with the school psychologists and school social workers, and they may be a part of making those plans with us. They're referring the kids to us. As far as the confidentiality, and it comes up a lot of families, perception is reality. There's confidentiality with your school employees, but when they are involved in their PPTs or recommendations or any of those things, it may not feel like there's confidentiality. You may not feel like you want to share this information. And there's a lot of information families share with our Teen Talk counselors that really isn't relevant to academics in school, but it's relevant to their issues. So they may share those issues with our Teen Talk staff, but don't really feel the need to share it with the school. And we may not either, or we may bridge families with the school and say, hey, there's a really good reason the school might need to know this. And let me tell you why. And I think there's some things they could provide if they did know some of this. So you may pick and choose, and we talk about that. And of course, there's always releases of information. So we do disclosures too. So if there's information that we strongly feel the school needs to know, we'll advocate for that and get a release to tell you. And I think those are that feels different to me than what would happen with a school social worker, psychologist.
Dennis.
So thank you. This is very helpful. And I want to touch on something that you were just discussing. So how I'm struggling with how or if the administration finds out information that you've garnered from individual conversations, and are there regular checkups? Is it as ad hoc as needed? Does the school and administration get notified? And if the student asks for total confidentiality, does that mean total confidentiality, or how does that exactly work?
Yeah. you know, confidentiality in social work has its parameters. Obviously, we're mandated reporters. There's certain things that kids or parents could say to us that we can't keep confidential. If they're at risk of hurting themselves or anybody else, that's information we're going to share, and we're mandated to share it. There's also information that would be important for the school to know if it has an academic impact. And we would be talking with our point person at the school. We'd be talking with the supervisor of the Teen Talk counselor. The Teen Talk counselors process this among themselves and talk about how it works in other schools. So it's a living, breathing thing. I mean, you're dealing with it on a case-by-case basis. I will say that if it's something the school should know, we evaluate that too, and the school will know it. And I think it's that trusting relationship that will develop by working together. You know, I think oftentimes when school social workers refer to the Teen Talk counselor, they may follow up and say, how, you know, what happened? I thought there was something up. What's going on? And I think it's important for the Teen Talk counselor to say, you know, it was a great referral. Thank you. There are things happening. There are things that are completely unrelated to what's going on in school, but important that you sent them my way. So I think that's the part where the confidentiality comes in. But if there's stuff the school should know, they would. And I think it's on a case-by-case basis, aside from mandated reporting.
Yeah.
Hi, two questions. Thank you. Following up on Dennis's question, just to flip it,
Sure.
what can the school give you in a referral or that follows a referral? How is information shared from, you know, given confidences that the school has to maintain regarding students?
Well, schools do it a little, all of them have their own protocol. Some fill out a form and say, and give it to the Teen Talk counselor that we've referred this student to you. Some schools all, and particularly, and we just had this conversation at the elementary level, they would absolutely tell a parent before they referred a child to Teen Talk. But at the high school level, that doesn't often happen. Typically, the school will send out a notice at the beginning of the year that Teen Talk is there, and this is the counselor in the building. If you want to opt out, you can. Otherwise, it gives the school the opportunity to refer to the person that's in the building. So it's not something that most high schools would get permission on a day-by-day basis from a parent to refer to Teen Talk. It's let the community know that the Teen Talk counselor is in the building, and then the social worker or guidance staff or administrator, which are the main referrers, would often either just tell the Teen Talk counselor or fill out a form.
I guess I might want to follow, probably not for this setting, but just FERPA issues generally come to mind here and how that's
Sure.
created. Other question, the second question I wanted to ask is, you mentioned we're looking at this slide, you know, some of the metrics you guys look at. Could you expand on that?
Well, one of the, we do a few assessment tools we use. One is a substance abuse assessment tool called SBIRT. And it's a brief scale. And I know you have Joyce Sixsmith in the school, which I'm thrilled about because we've worked with her many, many times over the years. And then the other assessment tool we do is the Ohio scales. And the Ohio scales are something that the Teen Talk counselors will do at the beginning of their relationship with them, and then do it again when they exit or follow up with them later.
And I guess I apologize, I wasn't that clear. I wasn't speaking on an individual basis. I was speaking more from an overall program level. So as we're sitting here as a board and we're looking 1, 2, 6 years down the road, how do I know you guys did a good job, great job, awesome job, not so much? Like, what are the criteria I'm going to get from you and what should I be looking at?
Right. You know, some of the data collection you'll see in there is looking at how many kids feel relief. And some of this is subjective. They're asking kids, they're filling out a survey. They're also looking at things if school refusal, say, for example, was the issue, they may look at and keep data on their attendance. So the quality assurance people at Kids in Crisis keep this data. These Teen Talk counselors use a system called Apricot, which is a data collection system, and they're plugging into Apricot every day of every kid they see. And that's where the reports are generated. And they'll look at how many times they met with them, what were the topics being covered, what is, if it's attendance, what is their attendance done in the last 6 months. And checking in with them. Not that they're seeing them for 6 months, but they'll check in with them and do a Ohio scale again. So, you know, some of it is subjective. It's how the kids report that they're doing, and they document that in Apricot, how the kids report they're doing. And some of it is reported by their families. So that's another piece of it. And we also,
I'm sorry, you'd be available to share that on an ongoing basis in some form, probably randomized.
oh, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, yeah. They collect data. We'll do a mid-year report, an end-of-year report, but you could do it on a monthly basis if you wanted to.
Thank you.
The key is getting referrals. That's the buy-in. You know, there can sometimes be a little bit of a, you know, it sounds negative, but I don't mean to be, but it can be some territorial at first for school personnel to all of a sudden refer kids to somebody else. I think once they get the buy-in and there's trust and the person gets established in the building and you get that flow of referrals, then I think you have some data to look at. But if the numbers are small, that's hard.
John?
I think you touched upon the subject earlier, but I look at the male and the female breakdown, it's overwhelmingly weighted towards females. You know, our crisis was centered around, you know, 2 young men. So how do we become successful in reaching that? That's part of the student body and you know, maybe it's for our administrators to answer. You know, how do you see that working?
I know.
The outreach.
You know, part of what the Teen Talk counselors, and they'll do this clearly at the very beginning a lot, is get out into the community. Let people know they're there. It may be by sitting on mental health panels, being a part of the Thriving Youth Task Force, being in the community, being in the cafeteria, meeting with clubs and groups, getting their face out there, because you're absolutely right. If the kids don't come and you're not meeting with them, you don't know. So just, you know, in mental health all across the board, girls tend to seek out help more than boys generally. But it's getting those kids flying under the radar, which is everybody's goal. So we would absolutely, you know, do our best to reach that. And some, it's creating groups that are geared towards the boys, groups that are geared towards girls. We do a lot of group work in all the schools we're in. Could be on a topic like divorce or grief or some kind of topic in town. We did a lot of groups when there was an untimely death, helping parents learn to talk to their kids about it, helping kids digest it, understand it. We ran in Wilton when they had a tragedy last year. We did a Zoom line that we had Zoom hours, so we could really meet anybody's needs day and night. And that's the other partnership with Kids in Crisis. We ran some of those Zoom meetings at night for kids. And a lot of kids, you know, dialed in. So it's always a goal to reach as many in as whoever you can.
Sarah?
So I'm going back to the day-to-day operations. God forbid this happens, but there's a crisis in school. A child has suicidal ideation, for example. Now what happens, I believe, is that there's a crisis team that reaches that child, gathers information, maybe calls 211, maybe refers to us, whatever. If that were to happen now, where there's a Teen Talk counselor in the building, does that person take the lead in that, or is it still the school team that responds to a crisis of a student?
You know, I think that depends on what the relationships with that student are that are already established. And so, you know, one of the things we talk about a lot, and I've heard you all talking about it too, is that students pick their people, and it might be the SRO, and it might be assistant principal, and it might be their coach, and it might be a variety of people. And so obviously we will look to whomever that person is. If they've already established a Teen Talk relationship, that will be one of the starting points. I think Scott will talk a little bit about the integration of these roles in a little bit. But I think it will be situational, and whoever that student needs is who will put them with.
Jill?
At a similar vein, talking about integration and needing to work with families, you mentioned that it'd be possible for a student to be referred to Teen Talk without a parent being advised. Can you talk a little bit more about that? How would parents be advised at what point in the process? And how do we make sure that they are recruited as part of the solution? How far could it go?
Well, the state mandate allows you to meet with a young person 6 times before a parent or legal guardian is mandated to be told. So we would absolutely want to encourage getting involved with parents if we felt it was helpful and necessary. as soon as possible, but at least we have that kind of window period. And that's really put in place for safety reasons. They want kids to be able to reach out to somebody if they need it without fear that if they don't want family to know. But we partner with parents. That's really the goal. If it seems like it's necessary, many Teen Talk kids that see the Teen Talk counselors, the parents are not involved. It's not necessary. It's maybe a social issue, a friendship issue. It could be just a short-term concern. So it might not be necessary. But if there were a concern that a parent should be involved, they would engage them as soon as possible and not wait. I just want to speak to and I agree with Ellen. I love that idea of who's the best person to be in front of a kid when they're feeling that way. And Kids in Crisis at all our staff utilize the Columbia Suicide Scale for their assessments. But we, in all the schools we're in, partner with the school on doing that. So it would be a joint effort mostly. Oftentimes when these assessments are done, it's usually two people in the room. And often it would be one personnel from school and Teen Talk would be available certainly to help in any way. And if there was any follow-up or going to the hospital or doing anything, Teen Talk would be available to do that.
Dennis, do you have your hand up?
So I must admit, I'm a bit confused by one thing that you've mentioned a couple times, that the Teen Talk counselors are referred to by the school. But can a student go to a Teen Talk counselor directly?
Absolutely.
So then
Absolutely.
How does
You'll
that work with the referral process? Because I'm lost there.
Because they can just knock on the door. They could walk up to them in the cafeteria and say, could I come see you? It's self-referral. That's what's listed when it says 24% is self-referral. That's what I'm talking about.
And then how does that feedback loop then get back to the school? That's my question, I guess.
It may not if it's not needed to. So say that student just wanted to talk about an issue of any kind. If it didn't really relate to anything academic or concerning or rise to the level of an emergency, it might just be a couple of sessions of talking and it's over.
Perfect. Thank you.
But you are capturing that information in terms of people coming in and talking.
Absolutely. That would be in all the data they collect every day. They have to put into Apricot every day who they saw.
Jill.
I'm just curious to know, I see that you have a lot of coverage in Fairfield County. What are you seeing in other areas of the state or outside of the state in terms of how schools are responding to this type of health crisis? Or is this becoming what are you seeing? Is this a nationwide trend of embedding mental health professionals?
Absolutely. I probably get 3 calls a week for a Teen Talk counselor in a school. And that's in Connecticut and Westchester. And it is, I think, a model that seems to be, it's just the incredible need, I think, to the numbers needing that. But I think it's also the reason I think they'd call one place over another is the 24/7. I think a lot of schools are adding outreach staff, which is great, and substance staff and school-based health centers. And most of the schools we're in have a lot of those things, school-based health centers, substance abuse counselors. But I think it's the comprehension of the 24/7 of Teen Talk that is the piece.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Dennis.
I'm with Sarah. I guess I have a lot of questions. So you mentioned as well that you're interviewing elementary schools, social workers at a different district. So this is not, the program is not precluded or not mandated to start in September. It can happen at any time. You can bring the program in and kind of work as needed or whatever it may need to be, correct?
Yeah, we've started some halfway through the year.
But if we wanted to start in April, could we do that?
We could, I suppose we could. But it would be, yeah, we could. I guess we've done that too. It's starting in April, ends in June. They work full-time for us. So the first year, this is another aspect of hiring somebody. The first year that someone works for us, they work at the shelter in the summer, that first summer. And it's really to get them totally embedded and understand kids in crisis and the residential piece and doing that work. And so, yes, if we hired someone in April, they'd work for us through the summer and then come back here in September. And then they're pretty much on a school schedule.
So that's a good clarifying point. They're on a school schedule. So they're not available during the summer, other than the hotline would still, the helpline would still be available during the summer.
The entire services of Kids in Crisis are available in the summer. So what often happens is they work a few days in the summer for training and at the shelter, but for the most part, it's a school schedule, different a little bit than maybe school personnel, although you guys work such crazy hours already, but they meet with families before school, they stay after, they go to night meetings like all of you. But I think the piece, what was I going to say? The summer. Oh, the services. Yeah. So typically at the end of the school year, you'll have a pool of kids that the Teen Talk counselor may be worried about or concerned or want to follow up throughout the summer, check-ins, maybe family meetings, maybe a group that continues through the summer after they'd started it during the school year. And they would hand those over to our outreach staff. And they'd introduce them to the kids, introduce them to the parents. There'd be that soft handoff, and they would continue to work with those kids throughout the summer and then get them back ready for September. So there's a lot of work in June for all the Teen Talk counselors to educate the outreach staff on who they're going to work with over the summer in their community. And if there's standing meetings they have over the summer, they would continue that or send one of our other staff to it.
Ellen, do you see got an incredible summer school program, kids of all ages, and it seems like it would be a neat resource to have throughout the summer for our kids that are up there. There's
Yeah, I
hundreds and
think
hundreds of kids up there.
it's a very busy place in the summer, right?
Yeah,
All age,
just some-
all age levels as well. Yeah.
I don't know what the answer is, but I would just think it was something we should think about.
Even if it was like a once a week.
Good. We can, I think it would be good at this point to continue on with the Wellness Center update, and we can continue to ask the questions, but thank you very much.
Thank you. So would you like to, for me? I would like to put a plug in for what Denise has shared, and I think the evolution of this presentation for the high school wellness is really about, in our view, the marriage of these two roles in many ways. Here is an opportunity to bring in someone who has been described so nicely by Denise here, and also combined with the work we've done so far with the Wellness Center at DHS. I think the interaction between and the ability, Mr. Sini asked a little bit before about, how are we getting more exposure? How are we getting all kids to have some willingness to step across that line a little bit and share with us when something is not going well in their lives. And I think the biggest thing that we have, the biggest hurdle we have, is to reduce the stigma associated with that. And so our thinking of opening the Wellness Center this year for partial days was to kind of begin that messaging to the whole school that our mental health response is not simply reactive, but also proactive and preventative. And so we have begun that work right away at the beginning of the school year, knowing that we couldn't bring it to its full capacity, but that we wanted to get that message out right away as we open school this year. And so I want to thank our support staff, and Megan Emanuelson is faithfully behind me here, and she's taken a lot of the lead in this work with the whole support team. And it's been a labor of love for our students from that group. So what's going on right now is we've created a soft place to land in a lot of ways. There's a place to socialize. We've asked them to disconnect from technology, which sometimes there's some disagreement about that, but we're working on that because that's, I think, something that we're all challenged with as parents and teachers, helping our students get some space from the phones and the social media. And so we're, the activities are kind of back to the basics a little bit, some coloring, some art therapy, some meditation, board games, puzzles that are being made over the course of 2 weeks by every student that comes in who contributes to the building of that puzzle. The therapy dogs are very, very popular, obviously. And as you saw in some of the comments, the hot cocoa and tea are also, along with the sushi maybe in the future. And so another benefit to this is that we are exposing all students to all of that support team. Megan shared with me the other day that students have now come up to the guidance suite and said they wanted to see a counselor. If that person was in a meeting that was just described, sometimes they're in a meeting and they're not there available at that moment. They'll name another counselor that they know through the Wellness Center. Oh, can I talk to Ms. Massinio? Because this is now someone I know that I really didn't know before. So I think it's been a really wonderful team effort. And they take shifts there over the course of the 8-day schedule. So what do we hope for moving forward by bringing in a wellness coordinator, which is the position we've asked for? Obviously, to extend the hours, students have asked us. The lunch waves are not always free periods, and so the students have a half an hour for lunch and may not have time to stop in. We also have hopes to run some programming out of the Wellness Center. So not just a place where students can go to relax and disconnect, but also where we'll have an ongoing preventative, positive messaging on a variety of different mental health and well-being awareness, creating, so this person would be able to deliver that programming, set up the calendar, communicate that, establish another important adult relationship. The school has gotten larger and larger over my time. Every one of those adults that becomes a key person for our students is so important. We would like to be able to connect students to needed resources from that setting. Establish a partnership, hopefully with the Team Talk counselor for students and staff. This would be a place where the Team Talk counselor would get to know, I think, a lot of students and be involved in the planning for the education that would be delivered through that center. And I think important to continue to maintain the support staff presence there, because that's been such I think, an important aspect of the work so far. So the coordinator would be a person, it's one of these situations where when 20 people are working on something, it is not as streamlined as if there was one person who's the point person for the Wellness Center who's going to do that organization, communication, engaging the community resources that we have that are so rich, and we have benefited so much from the generosity of the whole entire community in these difficult years. We'll work closely with students to respond to needs, be able to talk to students about what needs they do have. We're doing this programming. What other programming do you need? Would a group be important for student athletes? Would a group be important for students who may be finding academic stressors or attendance problems? It could be a really wonderful resource there. And increasing student engagement in wellness practices in a proactive and preventative way. Thank you. So I gave you a few samples. This Northern Valley High School Wellness Center in New Jersey. We've been in touch with a few schools that we think have been doing a really good job with this kind of programming. And, there are just a few examples here, getting together for gaming, chess and et cetera at lunchtime. I loved that message, don't eat alone, right? This is if a student is having trouble with the cafeteria, with friends, with connecting, setting up this programming out of the Wellness Center, encouraging students in positive ways about attendance and tardiness, and a wellness walk during lunch. Or, one of the things we know about wellness is the gratitude and kindness and respect for one another, all of those things tied into your well-being and your feeling of a great connection to your school. So a lot of this program is about giving back to other people too. That's one of the things that I think makes us feel best about ourselves. So the other programming that we would like to do is, these are some examples of what they've been doing, but monthly talks. And I think important to note that the Wellness Center, we wouldn't want to take away from the physical space of the Wellness Center, that ability to be there to decompress. The recognition that we all need to do that during a long day, that we all need to take a few minutes to step away from what we're doing, but that this programming could be offered elsewhere in the school. So we wouldn't have to disrupt what's been well established in the Wellness Center, but that we might have a library meeting where some of these lectures might be taking place, or a yoga instructor might come in to help with stress management. Here was a sample of some of the things that went on in October there. So I think this is just to give you an idea of what kinds of programming we're thinking about, ways to connect a variety of different students to wellness in the whole school, and send the message that this is a priority for all of us. We have a few responses there from students in the last few weeks that we've asked about the Wellness Center and why they like it, and some of the things we talked about before. So I'm going to turn over to Scott, who's going to talk a little bit about the interaction of all these key mental health supports.
So I think some of these things we touched on a little bit as Denise and Ellen were going through the presentation, but thank you. But we wanted to give you a sense of a little bit of how these positions interact with each other. So just like we know that your students, teachers across the curriculum, they all touch on certain things, even though they have core competencies in curriculum areas that they touch on. They still teach certain student skills that all students need to learn across curriculum. That's true in mental health too. So it's important that students are at the center of this work, and that they have multiple access points to multiple different people who have training in these areas. And so this graphic just describes for us who many of those people will be in sort of our proposed mental health center and comprehensive sort of multifaceted approach.
Sure. Shouldn't do this to you in the middle of your. But one of the things we were talking about when putting this together was that, one of the questions may be, where does one start? Does one, and it kind of gets back to what we were saying before. I think when we created this graphic, we were talking about how a student can start anywhere here. And they may be sent from one person to another. There's no easily defined flow chart of who's going to see whom and in what order. A teacher may notice a change in a student and reach out to their school counselor. An assistant principal may be talking to a student about one issue, and something else may come up in that conversation. And so depending on what the needs of that student are, we may move from many different members or multiple members of this team in order to support. And so that collaboration of this team, including potentially the Wellness Center and the Teen Talk Counselor, is a hugely important to the support of our students at the school.
And I think that's a really important point, and something that we know. I think all of you who have kids know. Sometimes the person they go to is their coach. Sometimes the person that they go to is the school counselor. Sometimes the person that they go to is their biology teacher. And the more that our staff are trained and connected, stigma is reduced, and our students have those access points to those people who can get them to the support that they need, that better we'll be able to address the mental health of our students. So this next table, it hopefully will succinctly describe for you sort of how we see each of these roles operating, both within their core competencies, but also together as a comprehensive team. So what we propose to you today is both a position that can hopefully help address that proactive, preventative framework, providing health promotion supports and structures for all students, and also on the flip side, a position that can address the crisis intervention and management and intensive needs of a student who requires that kind of crisis support. And so we know that a wraparound program that can really address and support a comprehensive mental health framework includes both of those pieces, in addition to the pieces and then those unique functions of our staff members who are already on our team. So you'll see here the school counselors, the school psychologist, the social worker who are already part of our team, in addition to the Teen Talk counselor and the Wellness Center coordinator, with sort of their similar functions on the top and their unique functions that are specific to their positions on the bottom. And then next, I was asked to provide some mental health information about things that are happening at the middle school this school year. So just to give a brief overview, the mental health structure at the middle school includes grade level school counselors, a school psychologist per grade level, and a school-based social worker. This year, we began the administration of our DESA screening process. The DESA screening typically happens 3 times per year. This year, because we started the training at the beginning of the year, we did 2 administrations. The winter administration has been completed, and in that winter administration, we have analyzed all of those results, and the students have been screened into their targeted intervention groups, or whatever intervention group that they're screened into based on the results. Ruler lessons have focused this year on self-awareness, social awareness, and self-management. Tomorrow, actually, the emotions and art presentation will happen at the middle school with Tom Verano, who will do grade level presentations. We've also had lunch bunches implemented by our school counselors this year, and our faculty meetings have focused on emphasizing stress management, social emotional learning, and SRBI practices. And the SRBI committee has developed a strategy bank for tier 1 supports for students. I don't know if there's anything that you wanted to add to that.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll open up to board questions, comments. John?
So I'd like to better understand the current model and the coverage of the 2 hours during that peak period. I mean, you listed a number of what teachers and administrators that cover it. I guess my first question is to Rich. Are those stipends, or how are they covered, or?
Those are part of their duty expectations in their work.
Okay.
So better to have our school support staff in that setting than in a study hall or cafeteria duty, or so that's where they are doing their duty portion of their responsibility.
Okay, and are you getting volunteers or like people better suited for that role?
It's
versus-
all of our support staff, so that's what they do, right?
Okay.
Yeah, and they're enjoying that interaction with students, absolutely.
And so the wellness center director would basically replace those.
Well, we probably wouldn't have them there for 2 hours a day. We would obviously give some relief to the wellness coordinator, and in that relief time in their position, we would still have our support staff going through as part of that cycle. Absolutely.
In the wellness coordinator is supposed to basically bell to bell, or
Bell to bell, right,
Okay.
right.
All right, thank you.
So Ellen, just to follow up on John's, but your support staff would be there throughout the day and when that wellness coordinator needed a break or lunch. So you've got multiple people there.
Absolutely. I
Okay.
mean, I think with the programming, that will involve some of our support staff.
Yeah.
The Teen Talk counselor, if that moves forward, might be there to do a group in the morning. Megan might be in there to do something with students in the afternoon. So having a full-time, consistent person who is there could be, I think, a really important piece of this, so that someone could pull out a group and meet across the hall in the library or in another classroom. So, that person who is home base in the wellness center, I think would be really important to give us this flexibility to use our staff really well.
I'll real quick and at a high level, if you can, or you may need, this I think needs to be thought out too, but Space.
Mhm.
What do you need? I mean,
Yeah,
you've converted every locker pod up there to a classroom.
It's
I-
a tight, it is
I
a
think
tight.
you need space for people to come and gather and do some of the things you have up there.
Mhm.
I don't know what the space requirement is for Teen Talk. And then to me, there's a space need from a confidentiality standpoint in terms of individual meeting
Mhm,
space
mhm.
or the ability to meet, people individually. And I'm sure there's pockets of areas throughout that building where they can do that. But I
Mhm.
think, again, part of thinking all through this and a year from now, 2 years from now, traction takes hold and we're doing all this good work. What are we gonna
Right.
need?
No,
from a space
agreed.
standpoint?
Agreed. I mean, it would be my goal to have the Teen Talk counselor close by to the wellness center. And not necessarily in the guidance space, in the guidance suite upstairs for interacting obviously with those people, but also to have that connection. That is going to present some challenges and some moving around, but that's part of our job, the problem solving part. But I think you're right. Looking forward, looking at the library potential redesign and that kind of hub of that main office and special education and the wellness center. I think we have to look at those spaces closely to see. You're absolutely right. We're going to need one private meeting room for sure.
Jill and I are not interested in any more building committees. No.
Our addition, I'll be
I-
coming back with that.
I actually appreciate you mentioned the library in that conversation because I think that everything should be on the table as we go through that process too. You may be doing this during your next update, but I'd like to understand how all this gets coordinated with our students at Fitch.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, we've talked about that. I've talked about it with Dennis, who's up next. But the Teen Talk counselor would obviously be interacting there as well.
Okay, thank you, Katie.
Thank you. Dr. McCarthy, you mentioned the importance of staff training and just the natural occurrence that students go to who they're feeling most comfortable. So I wanted to ask for both positions with the Wellness Center and with the Teen Talk counselor, what, if any, professional development these two positions might be providing to DHS staff, and then also what support they might provide to the staff themselves as well.
Sure. So, and I can certainly let Denise talk to the experiences of the Teen Talk position in terms of professional development for their staff. But certainly when we've conceptualized the wellness coordinator position, we've thought about that person both providing and sort of coordinating efforts of similar things that we've done this year, things like QPR. But so for an example, the town right now is offering mental health first aid training. So the wellness center coordinator could coordinate with the town to bring in mental health first aid training in the wellness center, because that can actually be something that could be provided to student council, that could be provided to the coaches of teams. So that wellness center coordinator, they might not be the mental health clinician providing the professional development to staff or working with groups of students, but they would be able to coordinate those efforts in that space and have said that person who manages the schedule, has the relationships with those different people within the building, so that they can accomplish those goals. I don't know, Denise, if you want to share about Teen Talk.
Teen Talk counselors have been used for professional development days in a lot of the schools we're in. They may do a presentation on one of the topics like anxiety or depression or strategies to help kids, maybe DBT strategies or something like that. So that's absolutely an option. What was the other piece?
Faculty meetings too, I think. right?
Faculty meetings for sure. We could be supportive to the faculty with different topics or individually meet with different staff that may be having questions or issues, challenges in their classroom, and come up with kind of strategies to address certain issues for sure.
Jill.
I'd like to understand a little more with the Wellness Center and sort of how you came up with this model. Have you seen it in other schools? Where did it come from? And what are the qualifications of the person who would staff it?
So the first, in our work this summer, looking forward to the school year, we were having conversations with schools who had gone through some of the same experiences. We've been working with advisors like Joanne Harpel and Jessica and our own supports in the Fairfield County. And
Palo Alto High School is a school that we've been building a relationship with over block scheduling and the kinds of expectations that we set for our students here and that many high performing schools do as well. They had gone through several crises and untimely deaths over the last 10 years. And so some of those conversations first kind of brought forward the concept of a wellness center. And Megan and I started to talk over the summer about and got some advice from some of those advisors about are we ready to jump in and open something without some of this in place that we're asking for now. And we agreed that with the support team in place, we could get started. We could send a message right away at the opening of school that this is a clear priority for us. And although we couldn't deliver on a full day, we thought we could make a difference. And so this is where we started. We've had this semester's time to work. We've seen really from all kinds of student groups and interactions that there are many students that are taking advantage. And it really has been the kind of response we would look for. And so we think we have some momentum and we want to build upon that. And Megan's been doing some research into other areas. That's where we got the New Jersey. We certainly, if this were approved, we'll go and visit and do some more of that work. But I think the first step was to create the space, bring the students in, and we've had. We're talking about space. We've had a chill zone for students for many years, and we didn't get a lot of school presence, student presence in that space, but we do now by putting this message out. So I'm really happy to see where we are, and I hope that we can move forward with some of this programming.
Just in the second part on the qualifications piece, when we thought about this position, the position requires coordination, student engagement, relationships, but we're not expecting that the position is a clinician. We're not asking the person in the wellness center to be providing clinical support. And so the position would require that a person have a bachelor's degree in an area of education or mental health, but the coordinating efforts would be supervised by our clinical staff as they be part of that team.
Can you expand on that a little bit, Scott? Because I think or Ellen, because one of the things you talked about is that this is an opportunity for our students to really get to meet all of the support staff and understand different people and create those connections. So I hesitate, and I know that's not the model, but I hesitate to put someone in between the students and, all those connections they were making the way it's designed today. So can you talk a little bit more, please?
Sure. So some of the things we've talked about is that the wellness coordinator might organize a session where Joyce comes in or one of the school psychologists comes in and actually runs a session for a group of students so that they're actually coordinating the efforts of connecting them. So that's sort of one model where that can happen. We also expect them to coordinate and connect with agencies in town and other types of supports as well, but really being a facilitator to having them have an easier soft handoff to those people. So it might be that one of the school psychologists is going to come in and run Mindfulness Monday. Mm-hmm. And the school psychologist is coming in. The wellness coordinator is coordinating the efforts, getting the students there. Might target a specific group for a certain reason, but that wellness coordinator is getting that connection made.
Okay.
And I agree with you. I think having our support team actively involved there is very important. And so it might not look like shifts all during lunch. It might be if we're open all day, different parts of the day. I think those interactions have been invaluable to really having our counselors and school psychologists and social worker interfacing with students in a different way. So I would definitely sustain that. One doesn't have to preclude the other, I guess is what I mean.
Yeah.
I have a couple questions. One, I'm curious about the intervention programs they're using at the middle school. And then separately about the wellness center. If you could kind of explain, so I'm hearing some overlap between the director of mental health and the wellness coordinator. You're talking about the wellness coordinator coordinating programs and some possible PD for staff, but they're not actually a licensed clinician, but they're going to somehow, find programs for, to inform staff about these issues. I'm unclear about what the director of mental health is then doing, if now this wellness coordinator is taking that piece from them, other than just staffing a room.
Sure.
Go ahead.
So the design of the director of mental health position is district wide, and designing efforts to provide a multi-tiered social emotional learning and mental health interventions for students who are targeted, who require clinical mental health interventions. The wellness coordinator is a position designed specifically for the high school to help coordinate health promotion and wellness activities that are not necessarily clinical in nature, but are part of our overall scope of understanding. Similar to some of the things Ellen said, things like gratitude, mindfulness, it could be nutrition, more health promotion and wellness based activities that again are just part of a comprehensive framework that addresses mental health.
And in order to keep a space open all day, there'll be supervisory role, right, for this person to be present and with students being able to detect if someone really needs, additional support, and to be present when students are relaxing and doing their puzzle. Sometimes they don't need an interaction in that particular moment. I think that just having the capacity to have someone present and be able to interact with our students in those ways during the course of the morning all the way to the end of the day.
And then the interventions at the middle school. The intervention programs at the middle school?
Sure. Did you have a specific
No, I'm
question
just
about that?
wondering, you seem to say that between, the DESA and that you've come up with some intervention programs that
Oh,
are necessary.
see.
So I'm just curious what's necessary.
Sure, sorry, I didn't know if there was a specific area. So so students have been screened using the DESA to identify them as having problem area challenges. Some of the groups are DBT based and some of them are social skill based. It depends on the need that's identified through the DESA screening. Some of them have been individual groups. Of course, we have to work with the schedule as well. So there's been a number of different types of groups. I actually was at the middle school observing one of them today. So that was a DBT focused group. So they utilize a number of models.
Okay, so DBT, you guys have been doing for a while up there. So is anything new besides DBT or?
Not a new function, no.
Thank you.
Katie.
Thank you. What are the proposed hours if this were to go forward with a wellness center director? Would it be the same as first period to last period? Would there be a before school component and after school?
You did
I
say-
think
did
it would
say
be
bell to bell to John's
Yes,
question.
right,
So,
yeah.
but Katie brings up a good question in terms of before the bell, after the bell. Is it just strictly bell to bell?
Well, hopefully they're not running in the building as the bell's ringing, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a typical time beforehand. Students, gather right now, Swaha and I were talking this morning about the gathering of students in the library at the very beginning of the day. So having the wellness center coordinator present might be a nice way to, build the hours where I believe we were putting this in through grant for next year potentially. And we've been working with Marge about the details of what the job description would look like if you approve the position. So
What time are students allowed in that building, Ellen?
they come in as early as 6:30. As soon as some of us are present, we have students who are meeting with teachers. Early morning is a very active time because after school is so busy, but.
Good. Dennis.
Building on job descriptions, I'd be curious to see that if we could, even before we approve a position, because that would help define what the position actually is. And secondly, to build on Mr. Brown's earlier question is, how do we know we're doing a great job, an awesome job, a superb awesome job? What are our metrics of success and how are we going to judge success? And, you know, again, we talk about tonight, it's commonly referred to as cut night, but it's also add night. So how do we know if we want to fund even more to the program? But I need to know how to judge said program.
Well, certainly a read on how many students are taking part. All day long, we've been monitoring that during the lunch waves, obviously. The interaction of the faculty in this space, I think, would be increased if we had a full day operation. I think hearing from our students in terms of what is going well, what's not going well, what kinds of needs they have from this work, and hopefully we'll be able to see results in terms of well-being and a sense of the school adding to the feeling that as important as all of the high expectations we hold and the academic expectation we hold is the need for well-being and the ability to ask for help when one needs it, right? And sending this message constantly is an important part, I think, of this whole team discussion.
Dennis, Dave.
Thanks. I just had a couple of questions, couple of lines of questioning, following up on points made by Duke and Jill. The first regarding the actual space up there, it did look small where they're doing the spiral graphs and the coffee there, or the hot chocolate. How many people are coming and using this space? How many people fit in there?
We have, you know, probably 50 to 75 students going through on an average lunch period now. And students will come in most often they have class as well, so they're not staying for an hour and a half. They're moving through.
And can you just pop in and get a hot chocolate, or do you have to like sit in color? Are there requirements? How's that?
Well, we wouldn't say you may not have a cup of hot chocolate and come through. That wouldn't be a very nice wellness welcoming, but yeah, students usually come in. We try not to let them take off to class with a cup of hot chocolate because teachers are not always so happy with that.
And I guess following up on Jill's questions about, you know, where do we get this model and where we were looking? Have we looked at alternatives to this model? I guess it would be the first part of my question.
I haven't seen any, Mr. Brown. I think, you know, there are, I think Denise was talking about school setting counseling, which is a different model that's more like a clinic within the school. That wasn't kind of what we were moving toward right now. But other than that,
I guess what sort of motivates that is, you know, when I do look at alternatives, because the goal here is really to enhance the well-being for the entire school body.
Right.
And I just looked to the north in New Canaan and some of the things they do here that we don't. So New Canaan has bonfires. New Canaan has senior dress-up day where they pick, I think it was 80s theme this year, instead of the administration telling them it's going to be an arguably ageist concept of grandma and grandpa day. You've got, you know, I'm pretty sure they don't have athletic directors who kick students out from pretty much every sport, including football, leaving students without regard to whether or not they have a ride home from away games or chastising parents at other hockey games. I don't think we do that. So when I look at alternatives, and I think, you know, we want to increase the wellness and well-being of all our students, I think the cheaper alternative might be if we just kind of let the kids enjoy their high school experience and build some school spirit through some of these things we see right next door in New Canaan. And that might be the better course for us to pursue. So I think we should look at some alternatives to this program.
Julie.
Thank you. I don't mean to jump ahead because I know we're talking about Fitch next, but as we have this conversation and as we move on to the discussion about Fitch, I expect that we're going to talk a little bit about what I call the magic at Fitch, which we hear about all the time, the community, the feeling, the welcomeness, the intimacy maybe isn't the right word, but you get the gist. And I wonder how we bring more of that to DHS, the big campus. And I wonder if we can think of this as a way to start a little more of that and build a little of that magic and try to have it spread and reach out. So I'm thinking through all that as we work through all this.
Thank you.
And I would just to add to that. There are best practices in establishing cultures and climates that respect and address the mental health of all children. Whole school, whole child approaches include a multitude of research-based best practices. And when we're talking about developing a wellness center, it includes those components. The wellness center, when we're talking about including mindfulness activities, bringing QPR into the school to be to train our leaders in the building, including students. QPR is appropriate for students. All of those types of activities are research-based best practices to address all students. So it is part of what you're saying, Ms. Bess, that you're trying to again have multiple access points to our students using best practices to develop a culture and climate that can address our students' mental health. So it's prevention, it's intervention, it's crisis management, it's climate, it's culture, it's all of these pieces. It's not just one thing. It's not a Band-Aid. It's not adding a position. There are multiple things happening here to help address the mental health of our students.
John Cena.
Rich, this is being proposed to be funded by the ESSER, 3 grant, correct? And that's one FTE. Can that be divided or partially used? I mean, what's the criteria around that grant? Could it actually be used for kids in crisis?
So there's not enough money left in the grant to use for kids in crisis, and we can't use the grant to supplant. So we would have a difficulty time putting a half, let's say, kids in crisis in that and something else. So there's essentially 4 categories you can use. It's student intervention, it's safety and security, it's safe school building, so facilities related items, technology, and then mental health. Those are really the categories that you can use. But we only have, that's 65,000 and change is really where we're left.
So if this was a half FTE, you could use half the ESSER grant to fund it.
Correct.
If the proposal, okay, thank you.
John Rasko.
No, go ahead, Justin.
I was going to say, in terms of the idea of creating a school climate and, kind of school cultures such as those that exist in New Canaan. I know that the DHS student government is working hard to reinstigate a lot of things that have been, either lost or lost interest. Some of the dances, for example, have increased attendance significantly after, many years of decline. I do know, however, that there is, a major change that has, happened. There's a lot more social media usage, a lot more student culture things happen, within smaller groups or within, social media circles or within, clubs, extracurriculars. So I'm wondering if, the kind of health and wellness model could, the proposed change would probably better suit the new student environment and culture, because a lot of the traditional kind of school team building, school culture building activities that that were very prominent 10 years ago, like the big dances, we're really moving like student involvement of those things, even in the things that they do or that they are attending now, their focuses are shifting away from the traditional dance model. Like students have less interest in going to dances. And so I'm wondering if the new model wouldn't better suit an obvious change in the mental health climate of the school.
Ellen, do you have a component of the students like John and Swaha that are part of these conversations?
Absolutely. And we'll continue to do that as if we're going to continue to develop programming. I think John makes a really important point. We try to leave the decisions about whether we're going to dress as old ladies on the Spirit Week to the students. And so those are the choices, just for the record, that I'm not making those decisions about how they'll dress up, but this absolutely part of the well-being is school spirit and supporting the arts, our athletics. As Beth says, we do interact with Fitch to talk about, in fact, the Fitch faculty and Dennis made one of the first presentations of the school year about the magic. And so those conversations are ongoing with the faculty, of course.
Thank you. Sarah.
I think this is building on John's question a little bit. And don't take this as any, I absolutely support the Wellness Center. And I was a couple of freshman girls sitting around my kitchen table this Saturday laughing about the dog and everything that happens there. And I think it's been a very well received addition to the high school. I worry a little bit that we're putting the cart before the horse before Dr. Dad comes in and does her, it figures out what is appropriate or what she would like to bring into to our district. Is there a way to fund the wellness coordinator, not fund, staff the wellness coordinator? Can we expand the hours of the wellness center with our current staff, or is that just not feasible?
Yeah, I don't think we have the staff to do that.
I think you could give.
I
it
would be
to
doing it
Collins
already
Friday.
if we were able to.
Yeah, I think the bandwidth of our current clinicians is maxed out already. And I don't know that, I think that that's part of the challenge is that and then at the same time, that second layer of a consistent person who has the ability not just to staff the space, but to actually use it in a planful way to address student needs can't necessarily be done in the piecemeal way. Tara.
While we're talking about, student climate and, taking stress off students, something that has been suggested to me that would help is that the person or whomever staffs the testing area before school hours is there on time. I heard there's often many students waiting that need to make up tests that the person is not in when they're supposed to be in. And then there's not enough time to finish their tests. They have to find other times to take tests. And there seems to be increasing stress around that, where these students show up at a certain hour to take a test and the person isn't there. So I think that's causing some issues.
Jill.
I understand the point that there are two different things you want to accomplish. You want to have someone there and you want to do programming. But I'm curious to know if you looked at stipending someone to do the programming piece of it, and thinking a little differently about the coverage. Did you consider that as you developed the model?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think a challenge could be that some of the programming could happen during times where that person might not be available. If it was a teacher, for example, and they were trying to plan a program during the day or after, that it might not work necessarily, but certainly something we could look at.
Just to follow up on what Jill is mentioning, if someone was stipend to do the programming, but maybe someone could be staffing it, that's maybe a para or someone that is much less expensive. Obviously we're looking at our budget here and we're over 4%. We're just trying to find efficiencies.
Any more board questions or thoughts? Dr. Adley?
Yeah, these proposals are coming before in response to the school and the school system trying to respond to the mental health of our needs. And I want to just commend the staff. Some of the things that are commented on in terms of other things to be doing, that these are not all they're not mutually exclusive activities. All of these things tie together in terms of culturally or otherwise. And I just want to commend the staff who are behind you, in front of you. So those of you who are sitting there for your personalized care and concern for our kids. Not just since we've had significant challenges, but then and beyond, but most certainly through all these particular times. I can't speak highly enough of the personalization that you are doing. It's a work in progress, obviously, and all of these things from student activities to engagement, athletics, academics, and social emotional learning. It's all complex and it all goes together. So it's not as if they don't work hand in hand and that we're working at all of these, trying to work at all of these simultaneously. And I just want to thank you for your care and disposition throughout the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Quayle, thank you for being here this evening. Appreciate it.
Denise, thank you very much.
Great-
Thank you.
Great presentation and thoughtful. So thank you. Good. Appreciate that. We will move on quickly to presentation and discussion of Fitch Academy, Mrs. Dunn and Mrs. Cabrera.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Have a good evening.
This was an opportunity for the board to have a review of the Fitch program. Since it was in the budget, it was an opportunity to bring us all up to speed a little bit. Dennis, thank you for being here. Thank you for the tremendous job you do over at Fitch, and I'll just turn it over to you. Thank you.
There. So I want to say my thanks, as we affectionately call the Fitch campus and the main campus, the team of educators that we have at Fitch are extraordinary. We have close relationships with the Fitch staff, and the teachers are almost all teachers that have worked with us at the high school and continue to move back and forth between Fitch and the main campus. So I think especially Dennis and of course Linda Sorensen, who opened Fitch Academy in the first year 5 years ago, 5.5 years ago now. So I'm going to let Dennis talk about the program, and I'll jump in occasionally.
Okay, so first, I should say thank you for allowing me the time to come and present. I'm really proud of the work that we do at Fitch, and I thank you for the support that you've given us in these first 5.5 years. I'm not going to read the mission statement. I don't want to, I know that's not effective teaching. So I'll just say that our goal is really to figure out what it is that students most need, and then provide that for the students so that they can succeed. In terms of who attends, who are the students that we serve, they tend to be students that have experienced attendance issues at the high school. They may be overwhelmed by the large school, the large setting. Some of them have experienced anxiety or depression. Some of them may be returning from an extended absence. We opened as a pilot program back in the 2017-2018 school year with about 12 students in the basement of the Darien Public Library. That's how we started out. Now we've grown. We have a separate space that's leased, which is fantastic. I want to share some of the larger metrics. A couple of the questions that have come to the previous presentation were about how do we measure success. So I thought it would be a good idea to look at some of the data that we've compiled over the years. Oh, I should probably talk about this first. Yeah, okay. So no, that's okay. No, you're doing great. In terms of how students arrive to us, it's a voluntary program. So it's voluntary placement. They're often referred to us by school counselors, social workers, school psychologists, teachers, administrators at the high school. We find out as much as we can about the student, figure out if it's an appropriate fit for us, if we can help the student. They then do shadow days with us. They try it out for a couple of days, and the decision is made with the team and the student and their family. So no student comes to Fitch that does not want to be there. We try to get a student to commit to at least a semester with us, but we have in certain instances taken on students with just a little bit of time left in the school year because of a particular circumstance.
So I took the job of sharing some of the strengths because of the humility of the team at Fitch, but of course, the prioritization of the emotional needs, as Dennis described, the sense of community that we've talked about, the individualization of instruction in small groups, and the ability for our teachers to work so closely in this kind of one room schoolhouse space in many ways, maintaining the connection between the high school main campus and Fitch, so that students will be able to return if they choose to, and the strong relationships that they have established with families, helping families through some difficult times with their own children as well. An opportunity to rebuild confidence and resilience in students who are going through a period perhaps of time when they need extra support. And it's back to that reducing the stigma conversation that we were having earlier, that, being able to accept all of us as adults, as young people. There are times in our lives when we've suffered a loss, that we've gone through changes that we don't always understand, and helping students accept that there may be a time when there needs to be a change in the path to help them find their future, maybe directly from Fitch, or maybe back to the high school, or even in a hybrid situation with the high school main campus. So it is, they have done from the beginning amazing things. You saw, I'm sure, the comments that were shared by families. We won't read all of those to you, but those are the stories we hear all the time of how our students and families have been supported here. So it is something that everyone who's involved with Fitch has been very proud of. And I think we've all been able to do a great job in selecting the people who are there as well. And that's been we're proud of everything that they're doing.
All right. Data, everybody loves data. So the bar graph that you see here is a snapshot at the end of each academic year, and then the last bar is our current year. And it breaks it down by grade level. So what the graph shows us here is that we tend to skew towards 11th and 12th graders. The blue bars, 9th graders, red bar, 10th graders, you see that they tend to be smaller. It also shows that we started out with 12, 13 kids in the library. And then once we moved into a bigger space, we upped that to 24 students. 24 students is the maximum. The one anomaly would be for purposes of social distancing and, because of COVID, we reduced that number for the 2020, 2021 school year to 16. 2021, 2022, we went back to 24, and then at the end of that school year, we reached that maximum level. Currently, we're at 13 students halfway through the year. Generally speaking, we tend to add as the year goes on. So as we get closer to February, March, April, we add more students. Here, we're seeing these are students who are no longer with us. And I think this is indicative of pretty good success, I think, because students, by and large, either graduate, return to DHS, or are with us right now. Very few of our students seek placement elsewhere or end up unilaterally deciding to switch schools, going to a private school. Here, we're looking at how long students tend to stay. You see that there's some variation here. Some are with us for a year. That may mean that they joined us as seniors, and so they finished out their high school career at Fitch Academy. Others, maybe they come for 10th grade. They get the support they need, and they feel ready to return as juniors, and then they finish out at DHS. So it varies depending on the student, their needs, and where they are, and how they feel at the end of an academic year. This shows what our graduates do after Fitch. So the vast majority of them go on to four-year colleges. Some go directly to work, and a few who take a gap year.
So we put forward from the high school and the Fitch budget 0.2 additional FTE in mathematics for Fitch. I think it's important to, and we have learned over time that some subject areas are more suited to a shared classroom experience in multiple courses. And so students in world languages, maybe at some different levels, but they're speaking the language together, they're interacting, they're modeling some of that for one another. In a history classroom, a student, I look at Dennis, he's our history teacher, but a student may be analyzing primary source documents, and that skill could be done through different content in Western Civ and also in law and government. And so the opportunities for those shared classroom environments and then some distinct practice within that content area, I think happens more seamlessly. Mathematics is an area by the nature of the cumulative skills that one is building and these distinct, discrete studies, that it is harder to do that. And so we would like to add a third section of math for Fitch next year in order to be able to separate out some of those courses from one another and allow the teacher to be able to interact with students in more subject-specific delineations. The second area was a request for increasing the space. The request came, this is for those of you who may not have ever been to Fitch, this is the floor plan of the current space. And the expansion is 528 square feet. It would add, I'll click over to the next one small counseling room, as well as a small classroom. So what would we use this space for? In a very close-knit and active environment where we share a lot of space, and Fitch, there's a lot of open space. You'll see in the photographs that Dennis will describe soon. There is a need to have private meeting with a family, private meeting with a student. And so having that small additional counseling area would be a great addition for our students and staff. The other classroom would allow for a fourth class meeting for students, would also give some space for students to meet together to work collaboratively on a project. And so we feel that the additional classroom space would provide not only a study area, but also an important space for additional classroom setting. So if you put those two in comparison, it looks like the increased square footage comes in around $17,000 on the lease. And I think it would add a tremendous amount of flexibility for our current students and staff at Fitch. And so for those of you who may not have ever gone to Fitch and see this very comfortable and beautiful space that our students and staff enjoy, Dennis will talk a little bit about how we use this.
So on the floor plan, this is the largest space that we have. It's the space that we use for our community, which is when all students meet together. It's run by our school psychologist. It's an important part of our program. It meets twice in the 8-day rotation, and the school psychologist goes through DBT exercises with the students, and it's very very helpful for them. And it does create this sort of social cohesion. The sort of bonding takes place during that community time. So it's really important that we have this really nice space that's large enough to accommodate, the 24 when we're at our max. And whatever faculty members are there at the time participate as well. So it really is about community. So it's not just the school psychologist and a group of kids. It's the adults are there too, even our nurses out there with us. So this is a great space for us to have, and we use it as well for classroom space. The other spaces that we use for classrooms are smaller, and they work because class sizes are smaller, obviously with a smaller number of students. So in this classroom, which is the largest of the two other classroom spaces, we can fit probably 7 to 8 kids at a time. Math classes are often taught in here. Science classes sometimes are taught in here. The third space is a much smaller space. This is really 3 to 4 kids at the most. So you might have a learning center in here. Some of my classes will meet in here because since I'm at Fitch all day, I can have the students organized by grade level, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. So smaller classes can meet in this third classroom space. Sometimes we are trying to run 4 classes with only 3 spaces, which puts that 4th class right now in the kitchen, which isn't ideal just because it's not separated from the larger space. So you can hear the English class and the Spanish class happening at the same time and without that separation. which can get confusing.
So we shared these with you. I think there's no need for us to go through it, but there has been, as I said, a tremendous amount of family support and appreciation. We experience that at the Fitch graduations every year. How grateful the community and our students are for the work of the team at Fitch. So there were many more of these. We included some just as some sampling for you. That's how.
Thank you all. It's hard to
welcome.
believe. I think about the initial conversations about Fitch way back when. So it's phenomenal work that's being done over there. To coin a phrase from Julie Best, it's magic or a word. So thank you very much. We'll go to board questions and comments. Jill.
Thank you for the presentation. It's nice to have an update on the program. I have a couple questions about data. Thank you for these slides. My first one is I just would like to know if we have a gender breakdown over time. I'm curious to understand if we serve similar cohorts. And then my second question, and then I'll turn it back to you, is I appreciate seeing this. I just would like to know if we've benchmarked against other schools and of a similar nature, and if we are seeing similar results, i.e. the percentage of students who are able to return to the high school, as an example, the length of time that people might stay or not stay, and their eventual placement in a college or higher education setting. I get that this is a program that meets the needs of individuals, so I don't want to take away from that in asking my questions, but I also want to just curious to know if we're trying to think about what does success mean and benchmarking against other similar programs.
So on the first question, I don't have a graph for it, but we could probably break it out. My guess is that it would probably shake out to about 60-40, with the majority being girls. Right now, we're skewed much more towards girls than that 60-40. But overall, over the time that I've been in the program, I would say that's about the breakdown.
Thank you.
One of the things that's happened in the last few years is that many of our sister schools in our DIRG have developed similar programs and are doing some of this. I think you have talked about that before in districts. And in fact, there's a cohort of schools like Fitch of teachers who talk and do some professional development together. I don't have the similar data that we have, but it's something we can look into for you. I think one of the best things in our planning, and it was in those early days before we went into the library, was talking about not trying to meet the needs of every kind of student who may be struggling for lots of different reasons in one program. And so I think that's wisdom that we were able to share. In fact, with some of, I'm not incorrect about that, with other similar ventures from some of our friends in other schools, to give that piece of wisdom, because it's very hard to design any kind of program that can meet a full spectrum of reasons that a student may not be successful in a large high school. And so I think the team, excuse me, has done an excellent job of protecting that. And then if we have a student who may not be able to, we don't believe, find the right support at Fitch, then we have to work with that student and family to figure out what they do need. I think one of the questions that has come up, about the 24 number is probably something that people are thinking a little bit about. One of the interesting things that has happened is we really haven't seen in those 5.5 years, the 25th student. I mean, it really has been a very accurate number. Of course, people come and go during the course of the year at times. And so, but it really, I don't feel like we've ever felt like there are 5 students on a waiting list that, except maybe during the COVID year, we did have some that we were encouraging for the next year who did come. But it has been sort of a magic number that we really feel like we'd be able to meet the needs of the students.
I think Eileen and Dennis, on a go forward basis, we'll figure out when throughout the year to get an update on this, because I think it's just such good information, but I think adding a slide, if you can get the data over time as to what some of our other school districts are doing that mirror similar to us. I know we talked to New Canaan. Could we combine? Could we take their students? They do stuff, take our students. Didn't play out that way. And I know those conversations continue. There's a good network out there, but I think this board always likes to see what the surrounding schools are doing and, compile this information. Dave.
We had a few slides back, sort of the different channels that fed into the funnel for placement, whether that comes from administrators or teachers or other sources. Is there a general sense of availability so students know that this program's out there if they want to participate without going through those channels? Like, how do we keep this in mind for just the general population?
Yeah.
At the high school?
I think mostly the school counselors are the first stopping point for recognizing that there may be a need. But I think it's a very good suggestion to make sure that we're making as much the whole community know as part of the reason for some of these presentations, but that we should include it as much as possible in presentations at the high school, for sure.
John.
You mentioned that kids come and go. If you look at that 24 algorithm, and what's the most number of students that you've had kind of pass through the doors in 1 year?
I would guess it's not much greater than the 24, maybe 2 to 3 more than the 24 total in a year. But it really, I don't know how we arrived at that number and how it was so accurate, but it has worked. And that said, if Megan were to call me and say, I know you have 24, but I have this kid who really needs to be with you, we wouldn't say no.
Right.
We would help a kid who needed help.
So
that's just what we do.
So will this space help you flex or give you the opportunity to flex if you have to?
I think so. And I think more importantly, I shared that this is a voluntary placement. So we have had instances where a family says, no, thank you. And we think that student could have benefited from the program. And I think that's what we would like to avoid is I'm worried that my son or daughter isn't going to get the attention they need in their math class because of, your setup, because of you have one math teacher and she's teaching all these levels. So it's important to kind of be cognizant of that. And I worry about burnout, right? That what this teacher is doing is extraordinary. She's really good. This teacher is like a unicorn. Someone who can teach everything from algebra to AP calculus is rare. And physics. Yeah, it's incredible. And the way that she can connect with students is amazing. She gets kids to believe that they can do math that they didn't think they could do. So I just think that to put us in the best position to help the kids, it's necessary.
And just one quick follow-up, the hybrid model, are you seeing more success there and more students using that as well?
Yeah, I think it's one of the strengths of, and when I presented to the faculty early in the year, I made sure to tell them that we are DHS. So we are not a separate school. We are a program of Darien High School. And one of the advantages is a kid who says, I really need the supports that you provide, but I am also really interested in the music program or ceramics. They have opportunities to do that. Every kid has access to the extracurriculars that we offer, and we have kids take advantage of that. So the connection to the larger high school can still happen. They have friends at the high school, but they're still part of that community. So it gives us the kind of the best of both worlds, and it keeps a kid, in the town that they live in and with the people that they know, in the community they know. So it's a really great thing.
How does that, to John's point, you have someone that's very interested in music or something up at the high school, how does that transportation work from Fitch to the high school?
So this is one of the
fall back on the parents?
Sometimes, but it is one of the advantages of skewing towards older students is that, if a kid's been with us for a year or two and they're feeling like I'm ready to tackle the big high school now, I feel prepared and I want to try this, then we can come to some agreement, and sometimes they can drive themselves. So that helps too. But we have in the past provided transportation, and or we've had parents who volunteer to manage the transportation.
Good. Ellen, just, I think we're good on the 24, but I always want to hear about your thoughts as, you know, your enrollment grows, there's a lot more folks moving into town, there's new developments in town, but you go back and work closely with the high school to get a read as students come up through and transition to the high school. So you're constantly looking at that type of information to see
And
where.
also, right, and also with the middle school is, you know, there are times when we enter ninth graders directly.
Right.
As
Good.
well, so that partnership goes on too.
Make it just an important component of it to refresh. Good.
Yes.
Katie.
Thank you. What follow-up support is provided to students that are leaving Fitch to return to DHS?
Well, you know, the wonderful thing about having teachers who are in both buildings, there's a lot of connection there to the departments. Their school counselors stay with them at Fitch. And so that interaction is happening. They're visiting over at Fitch. I'm there, the assistant principals are there. So there is a team in place of very common staff between both schools. And obviously there's some debriefing with teachers from the Fitch staff about that transition back and welcoming those students back into the classroom, because that can be a big step for students as well.
Dennis.
Yes, so I have two questions, totally unrelated. One is on the admissions process. You have in there something which is intriguing to me, of that a student and student and family must supply supporting data for a good match. So can you elaborate on or give an example of kind of what that is, and also how much of people are rejected if they're not a good match?
I gather data mostly from counselors, school psychologists, teachers. I talk to every adult that this student has come into contact with at the high school to figure out what's the barrier to success for the student. In terms of what they supply, our application is really just the student's name and why they're interested. So it's not that families are asked to provide, you know, reams of information. It's just why do you think this is something you want to explore? And we never frame it as a done deal, because we like to empower families, empower the students, to let them know they're making this choice. It's not something that we are saying they need or that they must do, but that they have selected because it's best for them. It's an environment that they think they're gonna, you know, thrive in.
Okay. And if I may, second follow-up question is, you have 76% have gone on to college. I'm sure it's a little early to tell. And it's something I've asked Megan behind you on for the general public, is how many of those students have then gone on to graduate college, or do we, you know, is the experience transitioning, or I don't know what transferring to a general college, which I'm sure, or I'm guessing, will be a different environment than they were in Fitch, and have we been able to instill ways to solve their anxiety or whatever the rationale why they joined Fitch, to then work in a larger university setting or a college setting?
I think we have a lot of examples of success. What we tell families is that the trajectory is not always a straight upward slope, right? That there will be setbacks. And the hope is that, yes, they've acquired some skills that will give them the resilience to, you know, see their way through those challenges that they'll face in college. So I don't have numbers, and sometimes difficult, because this is the 5th year of the program. So our seniors would just be graduating. And then I think one of the things that's complicated things, as we've reached out to families and tried to follow up and see how kids are doing, is COVID. That was a whole slew of challenges for everyone. And then you throw pre-existing, you know, anxiety, depression, whatever the situation was with a particular kid, and then add COVID to it, and it just made for a very, very challenging situation. A lot of the times we hear about students who maybe do a year, withdraw, go to work or go do something else and then find their way back. So I think that we have examples of kids who do make or are making their way through in a kind of traditional path, but I can't say that every kid does that.
And I don't think, I think that, we don't have that with the quote unquote traditional students who graduate from Darien High School either. So I think that for me, it's just, as a parent, I can sense, or I could try to put myself in that shoes, and I could see parents having trepidation. And if I enroll my child into Fitch, then they're going to have a more difficult time. And I think the more data that we can build to help support that this is a non-traditional way to do a traditional high school, but it doesn't impact your future life as well. So I think that just builds a stronger case for the program.
Agreed. Yeah.
Thank you. So thank you for everything you do. I mean, the feedback that we get from families about Fitch is remarkable. And I know that you have saved many a kid. So thank you very much for that. My question, I have a couple of questions. In terms of limitations with kids' schedules and, if there's a junior that wants to take AP Chem, but they need to be at Fitch or would like to be at Fitch full-time, how often does that happen where you have to say, sorry, you can't take this class? Or do you try to work around? How can you talk a little bit about the limitations of how that happens?
Yeah, it's something that we struggle with in the planning, and I think we have to go back to our roots often to say, the reason that we brought Fitch forward is we can't recreate a comprehensive high school at Fitch. So we want to put them into courses that are going to give them the trajectory toward that goal. But running an AP chemistry lab at Fitch is just not something that is a practical decision. So if we can get a hybrid situation for that, if we can build, I guess we have to start with what the priority is. It's to get the students' well-being and what they need in the moment, and then build from there. So it's a promise we would like to make to everyone, but it's not a practical
Also think
solution.
in terms of languages too, like if a student enters the middle of their sophomore year, they're taking Latin, how do you handle that situation?
We usually introduce them to Spanish. Because that's the language that we have there. I mean, certainly we are exploring some online. That's a world that's opening up. And so that could be something that we are able to coach a student through and do some of that. But it is a challenge. It's not going to be the exact same coursework. But there are other benefits to the coursework that is going on. So, we have been able to deliver a variety of science and rotate teachers through and so to provide that kind of.
My understanding is that there was marine science this fall and there's botany this spring, which is something that the DHS students at the main campus don't get. So there are some trade-offs. In terms of the teachers, what Julie said is absolutely accurate. It is magic. And the teachers are, I would say, some of the best in art that we have. How are they chosen? And do they apply? Are they told they're going to Fitch? How do they get there?
We look for volunteers there as well. And we look for certain expertise. So for example, when we're planning the science program, we want to make sure that we're not running the same courses every year so that students can get through multiple years of science. So right now, as you said, we have some physics, we have some biological sciences, and so that will dictate certification expertise. Most often I have found that when a teacher's shown interest and we've introduced them to the program, they visit, they don't want to leave. So that matchup of, and there have been some fits that were not perfect. And so, that is, can also be true and can be a self-selecting. I think it's time for me to do some of this and then return back. So you're right. We try to hire the very best people in every setting. And this is a special place. And I think teachers grow from being there as well. So.
Good, thank you. I'm gonna move this along. We're approaching the 10 o'clock hour. And we've had people that are second night in a row that have been out. Last night, a lot of folks here were at the RTM meeting. So thank you both very much. It's a great program. It's a program that's working. We look forward to more of a regular update throughout the school year on it, but thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just as a transition, I just want to recognize Mr. Nielsen, who's been a wonderful partner, landlord, supportive of our children and our program. Just we couldn't ask for a better person to work with.
He's kind of
Thank
got
you.
that reputation. All right, we will move quickly. No pressure, chief. On to the update on school security. We welcome Chief Leon Krolikowski. Good to have you here.
Good evening. Thanks for having me. This was meant to be a 3-hour presentation, but I'll try to make it extremely brief.
Your time is up. Thank you.
So this being my 11th day of work in the district, I think it's important to give you a 90-day outlook on where we're going over the next 90 days or so. Suffice it to say, there's going to be lots of developments that you'll be apprised of as it goes along. But this is kind of the first step in the right direction in a lot of different ways. Thank you. So following a previous model of what you've seen, what we're doing now is we're looking at our protocols and our policies related to emergency response plan, emergency drills, strengthen existing practices and embrace best practices along the way. So that's one leg, if you will, of our overall security plan. Next part is certainly the most important part, our personnel. Great people in place now, and bringing on board exceptional people near term is another goal, and we're heavy in the process of that. And that's looking good, frankly, to get them in place, our SSOs by April, if all goes well. But we'll talk a little bit about that going forward. Physical infrastructure review. I've looked at all the buildings, been and visited them, identifying strengths, looking for opportunities for enhancements. And along with that, including this building, which sometimes is neglected, we need to look at ways to improve security and safety for all our employees across the district. And next part, probably the most important, because most things fail without good communication. Stakeholder meetings. I've been to many meetings since I started employment. Have to give you kudos to exceptional people that are leading this district. Dr. Adley, his leadership team, all the principals, all the teachers, all the campus monitors, all the folks that I've met with and interacted with are really exceptional. And so I'm very pleased about that. Identifying all the safety needs and enhancing communication in many different ways. So protocols and policies review. I'm going to review the emergency response plan. It's quite a comprehensive document, and looking to kind of summarize some things and push them out so that people can absorb them pretty quickly. I'm in the process of reviewing the KERMAS physical security and safety report, and I do have all the Darien PD school security assessments. So based on those 3 documents review, I will create a comprehensive report that's going to outline needs with recommendations, and you can look forward to that in near term. Of course, our organizational structure, everybody kind of asked a little bit about that. So, one thing that's not mentioned here is the SSOs and the SROs that are in our schools, Darien Police Department officers. They have a kind of a dotted line reporting to the principals, because the principal runs the school during the day and they work closely with them. And of course, our campus monitors and our SSO plan, you've all seen this, so that's kind of a snapshot of the organizational structure. Very important part of my work that is ongoing is personnel recruitment, hiring, and training. I've met with all the campus monitors, identifying needs and identifying training opportunities for them, because they're an essential part of the security on the campus too. And we can't forget about them. And some of them have been in the district for many, many years, and we can rely on their institutional expertise and their suggestions and recommendation. That's a really important part of this whole security puzzle, if you will. Next part, which is a more essential part to some degree, is our school security officers in the process of identifying final candidates, ordering uniforms, equipment, which we'll see in a few slides, finalizing policies and getting approval for that, scheduling background checks, testing, evaluation, training with Darien Police Department, and kudos to Darien Police Department. They've been exceptionally supportive And they're gonna run the bulk of our training. Aside from that, that's gonna happen in-house here with our experts that are here related to school-based issues. Those are our two SROs, one at the middle school, one at the high school. So thanks to Darien Police Department for their continued support. And the SS uniform is going to be based on that because it's familiar and it'll look kind of like it. And they will be equipped with a radio to communicate directly with the Darien Police Department, and they'll have a county frequency and they'll have a townwide frequency that'll enhance communications. The equipment is everything that an SRO will wear, from a firearm to a body camera, and we'll develop policies and procedures and training to make sure that they're well trained and equipped. And I think there was 3 parts to this whole equation that I talked a little bit about during the first meeting I had with you folks. So it's policies, make sure you have strong policies in place, training, make sure you train to those policies, and make sure that you have that oversight. And those are really important parts of this whole puzzle that'll make this program exceptionally successful. So recruitment, testing, and selection. These candidates, everyone I've seen on paper and I'm meeting next week, have decades of law enforcement training experience. We want them to have diverse experiences in law enforcement. We want to make sure that they're excellent communicators. They like to work with children, great judgment, leadership experience, ideally some experience in a school environment, and making critical decisions under stress. That's a really important thing. And we can test to that too, but if they have those kind of experiences in their careers, that's a really important part to identify a great candidate. In our testing and selection process, they will pass a comprehensive background check by the Darien Police Department that's leading that. Also a psychological exam by a psychologist with experience in public safety hiring, medical exam, and a drug test. So that's a pretty comprehensive hiring process. We want to make sure that we're getting exceptional people in place, because that's what this district deserves. So training, one of the more essential parts of this whole equation. Before assigning to our schools, they will undergo an initial block of training that includes CPR, basic first aid, stop the bleed, firearm certification, taser and pepper spray certification, use of force, de-escalation, crisis communications, threat assessment and response, psychological management, airborne pathogens training, and the list continues. FERPA, mandated reporting, responsive classroom, preventive bullying, sexual harassment, emergency response, and special sensitivity training for identified students. So it's a pretty comprehensive training package that we're going to put together before they're actually placed in the schools, because that's a really important part of our whole program and why it will be really successful. So physical infrastructure review. I'm in the process of evaluating and assessing all school buildings and campuses, identifying strengths and opportunities. So that's an ongoing thing that's happening right now. Evaluating this building, really important piece of the puzzle. Sometimes neglected, but is a really important piece. And that's assessing and doing that right now. Communications. I'm meeting with all the campus monitors to identify strengths and opportunities, because lots of them have very heavy institutional knowledge and they have perspectives that are different from most of us. So that's a great thing, because literally they're the eyes and ears of the campus every day. And meeting with the principals, because they're the leaders of each school, identifying strengths and opportunities through them. Darien Police Department, kudos to them, and thanks to their help and support. They're an essential part of this whole program, and helping and meeting with them to identify strengths and opportunities, and meeting with the school safety teams that are based at each school to identify those strengths and opportunities and enhancing communication across the board. Also attending some elementary school PTO meetings, likely in March, to kind of talk about the SSO implementation, how it's going to work. And thus far, everybody's been very supportive and appreciative of the program. And I think it's really important, though, to enhance that communication, especially before the SSOs are placed in the schools. And I'm in the process of identifying alternative communication platforms such as Sandy Hook Promise, Anonymous Alert, Gaggle, et cetera. Try to leverage technology so that we can get some information that we might not get, and or help people communicate in different ways, so that we can assess threats and identify ways we can strengthen and improve things in our district. And send us district-wide communication in March, overall progress report and vision for school safety and security. It's important, I think, to communicate that and let people know the great things that everyone is doing. And school safety and security next steps, executive presentation in the fall of 2023. I'll present a comprehensive final report with recommendations regarding school security protocols, policies, infrastructure review. I'll update you on the great success of the SSO program and some challenges, and I'll provide a draft DPS school security plan. So those are kind of next steps over the next 90 days. Lots of work to do. Like I said, 11 days in, it's been exceptional. Everybody's been really supportive and thoughtful, and I just can't appreciate everybody much more than everybody's been. And I'm really thankful to you for supporting this program, because you're going to be a leader in school security and safety, and everybody's going to kind of model this district. And there's no doubt about that. And we will mitigate things in ways to protect our children better than any other community. I'm certain of that.
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
Unfortunately, I think daily there is something in the news about a shooting this week alone. It also involves schools. Through your professional organizations and memberships, you're constantly attending or on calls or Zoom calls where you're getting updates about lessons learned from some of these really unfortunate incidents.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, throughout my career, I kind of study these incidents, and more so now, and I get newsletters and specifically targeted communications about campus safety and security. And I'm able to glean little bits of information from it. And to denote, mostly, I don't see districts that have a comprehensive plan like we are going to have. And that sometimes creates openings that risk in safety and security.
Good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jill.
Just one quick question. Thank you for the presentation. It's very comprehensive. I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Would you please explain what alternative communication platforms are? I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah, of course. So right now, if a staff member or a teacher or a student wanted to communicate something regarding a concern about someone or something, how would they do that? Would they pick up the phone? Would they tell someone in person? So applications like Sandy Hook Promise will allow you to anonymously send a message that's encrypted. It goes to a messaging center that evaluates it, and then they push it either to law enforcement, depending on the nature of it, or to the school administration, district administration, so they can vet those messages and determine how to act on that. Because I've seen this before in studying these cases. Lots of times people see things and they don't communicate them and pass them along to the people that should know. And then after the fact, they said, oh, we knew that would happen. And so this is another communication method that potentially we can use. And Gaggle is I guess somewhat of an artificial intelligence method to gather information about things that are going on in social media or in the network, little bits of information or trigger words that you can use to identify threats and respond to them more effectively.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Julie.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I
Of
also
course.
appreciated all of the information. I particularly wanted to call out the focus on communication. I think
Yes.
that's critical.
Yes.
I want to make sure that we keep parents a piece of that. And I know that you touched on that in here. But as the SSOs get hired, as the program rolls out, and on an ongoing basis, I think that's going to be really key to bring the community along on this initiative. So I look forward to more on that. And then I just had a quick question regarding the recruitment and testing information. So in order to be hired, the candidates have to pass psychological exam, a medical exam, a drug test. Are those things that are done on an annual basis, on some sort of schedule? How does that work ongoing?
Sure. My plan is for initial hiring, certainly. And then I think we'll follow the model of state law related to law enforcement, which is every 3 years is a drug test, every 5 years is psychological. We may do something more aggressive than that. It's more or less a wellness check, the psychological part, to check in with this person. They're carrying a firearm, to some degree, they're under stress, to make sure that they're getting the health and wellness support that they might need through a professional. And then the drug part is a really important part. I think we would probably follow a more aggressive schedule than every 3 years, just to make sure that these folks are drug tested and that there's no issues with substance use, especially since they're carrying a firearm.
Chief, and just kind of a follow-up to Julie. Julie heads up the communications committee that's doing a lot of work. So I think there'd be a good connection there to stay in touch. I would almost think as you go through this process, and I love how you've laid it out monthly, but I think the board would be very interested in seeing almost a preview / demo of what parent communication looks like.
Of course.
And what the rollout looks like.
Sure.
And I think coordinating and working that through Julie, and maybe even coming up through the subcommittee, through the communications committee, and using that committee then to bring it to the board, I think would be
Absolutely.
an effective way to do it.
Yeah, please invite me. It's great.
Dave.
Real quickly, this can come later, but you mentioned some of the training for the campus monitors. Just sort of what the scope is, that simply security, is that how to manage contacts and professional standards? Like, I'm just wondering what that work is, and you can let us know over time.
I think it's a variety of things, based on me understanding their roles and responsibilities, both, written and in practice, right? So one of the things is sometimes they direct traffic. So we need to make sure that they have some kind of training in traffic control and direction, to protect them and protect the public. We also need to do some de-escalation training, because sometimes they deal with angry people, and to make sure that they know how to de-escalate a situation effectively in a lot of different ways, and also identifying specifically what their role is. And most of the time it's vetting people coming on into the school, right? And there's ways to test that and make sure that there's best practices in place and that people are communicating effectively. So those are kind of 3 touch point areas where I see them doing the bulk of their work. You're welcome.
John.
Just real quick, the training seems very comprehensive. And Marge, this goes to you, I think, too. I mean, how are you going to delineate who trains what and who's in charge of the training? I know you're ultimately responsible, but.
Yeah, I've sketched that out already. The bulk of it, Darien Police Department has agreed to do. And I've met with those folks, and they've agreed to do a lot of the more hands-on tactical kind of things. And then we have a base of in-house things for our experts that will do related to specific school-based training issues. And, and kind of giving you a first look going forward, ultimately we'll end up doing some kind of scenario-based training to test everybody's response in a training environment, to see how they respond in the event of some kind of emergency or some kind of common everyday event.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Julie.
Just one quick, is everything that you're talking about in this presentation covered in the budget as proposed for this next year?
Yep.
Because it is comprehensive. That's a lot.
That's great news, isn't it?
Yeah, that's terrific. That's the right answer. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Chief.
My pleasure.
Look forward to more communication from you.
Thank you. And thanks for all that you do.
Appreciate it. Thanks for hitting the ground running.
Of course.
We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Welcome again.
Thank you.
Hopefully this will be able to stay here too.
And Swaha and John, we welcome you to stay here, but it's a school night, and this, will continue for a while, so.
We're just one about this.
And Ellen's not going to give you a late excuse tomorrow morning, so. Ellen's trying to lure you out. So we will move on to follow-up questions and discussions regarding the 2023-2024 budget and discussion of budget modifications under consideration. I've thought through this a little bit, had some conversations with our board peers here individually, and I think, based on a lot of the feedback and a lot of the questions that we've gotten, we've got to really think how we do this on a go-forward basis, and we've gotten some good feedback and good questions. So I want to thank everyone that's participated in the budget process so far with the questions and the feedback. It is an important part of the process as the board does its work with the superintendent's budget right now, moving it to our board budget. Well, all the questions and the feedback go into our thought process. This is one of the key statutory roles of the Board of Education, is to deliver a budget to our students. We'll continue our work this evening, and I think our work will continue over the next couple of meetings. While this is the start of the ad cut night with the traditional review of the RCs, I think we'd like to look at the budget holistically and start a conversation this evening about what reinforces our priorities, and think more broadly also about future budgets. We've got health insurance increases, we've got a new bus contract, we've got continued economic pressures on utility costs, we've got product and service costs, and we have an ongoing challenge of people resources, although we put the right contract in place for that. With that in mind, I think it's a good place to start is to reinforce our commitment to investing in our students' education. And we've done that every year I've been on the board. I did a little look back and a little paper napkin. Believe it or not, I have a lot of these binders at home. So over the last 6 years, all right, we've added 32.5 FTEs. All right, and our enrollment has not increased. I think our enrollment's up about 2% compared to that. That's net after about 45.48 with offsets. So we've looked at it and we've definitely done some efficiencies as we've added FTEs. But I think our FTEs in some ways have outpaced our enrollment. And also we have to start to look at where our FTEs are. And again, go back to what are they doing for the students? Our priorities will continue to be student safety, the students' mental and physical well-being, delivering on our education goals and supporting our students, investing in technology that supports curriculum and learning, and investing in our physical plan. With that, the one direction I want to make sure we discuss as we look at this budget and as we look to the future is efficiencies. All right. I actually decided I do not like the add cut moniker that this night comes with. So I think we will continue to invest in our education, but we've got to look at efficiencies in how we're structured, in how we're organized, and in how we deliver education. All right. There is nothing but a tidal wave coming at us in terms of we've got 3 more contracts to negotiate this year, and we will do the right thing on those contracts like we did with the DEA. But we've got a bus contract and we've got health insurance that we just have very little control over at this point in time. So budget increases based on with that, I want to look at this budget and into the future from an efficiency standpoint. We've got increases in enrollment ahead of us with the development in town. We've got unfunded state mandates. We've got curriculum and technology needs. And we have an ongoing need from a special education services needs. All right. All that coupled with economic factors. And we've heard the challenges and some of the needs around special education. The one place I feel we need to make sure we focus on is how do we accomplish all our priorities and keep the focus on our students and always look to be efficient in our staffing, in our investment in technology and infrastructure, and delivering to our students every day. We should look at every hire and every investment and how it impacts the student and our priorities around them. The one thing I'll add to that is, and I've said it at the last board meeting and had support from most of the board, but I think in short order, Dr. Adley and Mrs. Klein, I'd like to see some type of plan or thought process about what your needs may be between now and the end of the year. As I said, we've made a commitment that we will find the funding. I know it's a resource challenge in terms of finding the people, but as I continue to see and hear the feedback around special ed and services being delivered, you know, the commitment is there. I know your commitment is there and Scott's and your whole team is there, but I think we really want to understand at the board level, what's the immediate need between now and the end of the year to get you help, to get services delivered and to focus on our students. We're committed to getting you that help. I know that's easy to say, and then Marge will just look at me and say, finding the people is just this unbelievable challenge. But I think we need to make it clear for the folks that are giving us good feedback. Some are even giving us very creative ideas at how to tackle some of this. I'm confident in the professionals we have on that side of the table to focus on this, but I would say within the next month or so, I'd like to see some details around what you need. We'll back into the dollars, but we're committed to doing it because I see this as continuing to grow as more students come into our community with developments, as more students get identified. And I want to be ahead of it and I don't want to be catching up. All right. With that, I think what I want to do is go around the table. I'll start. We'll get to some specific RCs. I think in the interest of how we do this, we'll go RC by RC at a high level and see where some folks have some thoughts. And as I said, this is it changes it up a little, but we'll continue it. If we need a special meeting, we'll do that. But I think, you know, the goal at the end of the day is for the administration to hear from us. And while it's easy to say, we think the percentage is high, we think the budget is high, that's a component of it. But what I want the administration, what we want the administration to do is to go back. I think you've prioritized what your needs are, but I think within that prioritization of what you delivered to us, there has to be more prioritization within that budget. And I'd like to, for the administration to come back to the board and kind of really start to show some efficiencies as to how we can deliver to the students, not really touch educational stuff, but we've got a lot of staff. We've got a lot of secretaries. We've got a lot of administrative staff. It's time to really see how we can be more efficient and creative with using the staff that we have. I think through the course of the night, we may get to a dollar amount that I think, would be good guidance for you folks, but I think we'll have that through the conversation. So I'll kick it off, and then I think for this part of it, we'll go around the table, and then we'll quickly go to the RCs in the interest of time, and we'll have our public comment. We'll continue to get feedback from, parents and the partners that we have in the RTM subcommittees and CDSP and CBAC. So, the one thing that I would appreciate the administration looking at is substitutes. All right. I am not there on adding substitutes to the budget. I think we're putting bodies in and not really looking at the challenge of absenteeism. And I would charge the administration, and I know in speaking to Marge, it's a daily conversation, but I think there has to be a little pushback and work with the union on absenteeism. And I don't think adding more bodies to the picture solves that problem. I'd like to see some creativity around substitutes at the high school. Do we need a substitute in a high school classroom? Should those students be able to go to a cafeteria, the library? Should they be able to check in somewhere? But does that become a free period or a study period? That's kind of the thought process I want to hear around some of this stuff. In technology, on the technology side of it, I'll add one more thing from a special ed standpoint. I'd like to understand, Shirley and Alan, what kind of technology you may need from a special ed standpoint. There was a system way back when I was on the board many years ago, Fast Track? Easy Track. Easy Track was kind of a recommendation, was developed. I think John Veer was involved, and I think it was liked, it was disliked, but I think part of some of the challenges we're seeing from a special ed standpoint is what systemically do you need that would help you and help everyone that's involved in special ed track some of this, and then combine that tracking with communication. So I'd like some thoughts about, I don't know what happened to Easy Track, if it's still out there, if it's something we could look at, but I think that's a key to some of the feedback that we're getting. So I'll pause there. I've said a lot as my voice fades, but I think it's a direction that we have to go in. And then with that, I think we've heard it. And while we do a forecast, we've done a forecast, the board kind of pulled back on what's the meaning of the 5-year forecast, but we're going to have to start looking at what we do now, how that impacts us next year and the 3 following years after that. And I know Rich has the skill set to do that because our financial reporting is, I think, the best it's ever been after being on this board almost 9 years. So I'll pause there. I'll work through the leadership and turn it over to Jill for a moment at a high level.
Okay, so we're going to talk at a high level about our general response to the budget. And then after we've all talked, we're going to go through the RCs. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
So like many of my colleagues, elected government officials at all, I just have concerns about the budget at this number. And I share Sarah's concerns about hitting a number. But I think that sometimes we have to start somewhere. And so I think we probably need to take a look at shaving something in the neighborhood of $1 million off this budget. I know as a board, we stand behind not touching anything student facing. So that is not an easy task for the administrative staff. I support Duke and his ask about substitutes. I'd also love us to look at transportation again. I know, Rich, you keep looking at that, and we did talk about it a little bit, but especially with a bus contract coming up again, the more we can do in-house, I think the better. That's in our control. But you guys are the ones with the operational expertise. So I think while I appreciate when we go through RC by RC, very often we're making guesses at things you all have the information on. So not an easy ask. There you have it.
I'll move over to Sarah.
Thank you. As Jill mentioned, I have a real philosophical issue of backing it to a number by saying we need to be down by $1 million. Like, I don't know how you pull that out of the air. I have said at this board table many times, I never want to touch things that hit students. However, caveat being, there are some things in this budget that are not equitable in terms of clubs and that kind of thing. And I think that we have to really think about how are we funding our clubs? How are we funding extracurriculars? I think we really need to look at that equity piece. I agree about the administrative staff, administrative assistants. Is there efficiency there? That's not student facing. I know that might create some more challenges, but is that a way that we could reduce our FTEs? I also think that in terms of substitutes, instead of throwing all those bodies, to use Duke's term, is there a way that we could do, certainly I'm in favor of increasing the daily rate. Is there a way that we could, have it instead of a 4-day a week building sub, do a 5-day a week building sub, see if that solves some of our problems. And I'll go RC by RC later.
Good. Thank you, Sarah. Can I head over to you, Tara?
Just what you mean, instead of doing 5-day, do 4-day? I think the way you said it,
Go 4 to 5 with the existing
With the
staff.
existing that we have, go 4 to, they're currently 4, go to 5.
Okay.
And I'm also okay with the increase in pay. I need some other creativity around it.
Right. Yes,
other
no,
than
I'm
just body.
fully in. The increase in pay, yes, seems to be a necessity. I'm going to disagree with some of the student facing only because of some of the things like the wellness coordinator we're discussing. I feel like that, like we said earlier, a little bit of cart before the horse before we have the director coming in and really looking and seeing what we need and what we should be doing. I also see a lot of overlap there. So maybe it's just not saying that it's not needed, but I don't know if it's the right time for it and the fact that the way it's been done. Much like you're saying about the clubs and council, robotics, some of the fees, paying to get into different competitions. We have other clubs and councils that also go to competitions that parents are paying or they're looking for donations. So that seems to be a little inequitable, the amount of money that's being spent there. Things like that. And then I think also, in addition to the clubs and councils, sports seems to be kind of all over the map as to how much is given per student per sport. That needs to be looked at a little bit more in detail as well.
Thank you. If you want to add anything, that's great. If you want to agree and in the interest of time, move on and wait till we get to please, that's fine. But I just want everyone to talk, have the opportunity at a high level. I'll send it over to Dennis.
So I would echo mostly everything that was been said. And I would just add technology it seems like we spend a lot of money on technology. Our chairman has mentioned it as well, is not sure what our return is on that. And I think we need to just look at what we're spending, RC 15, there's just $750,000 on computers and, can we get away with another year of these things? So and again, I think we have to look at this.
Thanks, Dennis. Katie.
Thank you. I echo Sarah's thoughts on her concerns about backing into a number. But I do also agree that that there are efficiencies to be found in this budget, specifically as they relate to administrative efficiencies. I very much agree with your point, Duke, on the need for special education tracking. It's actually kind of incredible that we don't have that now. So I'd like to see that maybe be something that is implemented in this fiscal year. Outside of what's been said, I have concerns over further investing in curriculum that has tenuous standing. So that's something that I would like to review. And on the other side of that, I would say that I also have concerns that there are areas that there are not enough in the budget, specifically as it relates to special education staffing in terms of numbers of SETs. I don't know that 1 month of secretarial support is going to cover an entire early learning program. So I would like to see us look at being able to really provide students with education.
Thanks, Katie. Dave?
Thanks, Duke. First of all, I'll echo pretty much everything I've heard so far. For me, looking through what we have here, what we're looking at, it's a little difficult. And the reason for that is, I've kind of made a point over time that, I'd like to hear more from the admin in terms of present a plan to us, present a project. Why are we going to do this? What are the 5-year roll forward look like? And just have a better process around seeing what we're going to have as new initiatives or follow up on current initiatives or having a total package. We do an initiative as to how that impacts other areas. And those are really programmatic issues in the long run. Given what we're doing here on add cut, it kind of forces with the add cut format that I have to make programmatic decisions in a sense by cutting a program or recommending a cut, which seems a little hypocritical because I'm the guy saying we need to have better process and I'm cutting a process. I got myself okay with that when I realized that, through the agenda and through how the board presents and has an opportunity to do that for several months, that's where that should happen. I only have that cut. So I've just got, a sharp tool here and this is all I can do. That being said, I think it's important that we look at programs and we look at policies, we look at broader things, not just, pre-buys and changing in small number of things. We need to look at big items in the budget that have long-term impact and may impact various different areas. So the one that struck out to me again is the department chairs and the lack of teaching that goes on there. And the reason that struck out to me is that when I look at academic experiences, I've had, I had Richard Thaler won a Nobel Prize. He taught managerial decision-making to me in a master's class back a year ago. We've got, Doug Diamond won the Nobel Prize in October. He's still an active teacher in Chicago. We have Gene Fama. He's been teaching for over a decade since he won a Nobel Prize. So I think if you have these people who are Nobel Prize winners, they go and they teach, and the research and the high level and the demand for their skills, I think we can find a chance for the department chairs to come out and teach our students as well. Further to that, I think that, or what I recall from, one of the conversations Thaler had, a student asked me, why are you still teaching? Why aren't you playing golf or doing research? And, his point was that he finds it very valuable to be involved with students, to have that interaction, to get new ideas. Some of the students he has winds up being his PhD students and help, and he does research with them. So there's an ongoing process there where the chairs themselves will benefit from interacting with students, and students will interact from the high level of skills that our chairs have. So I'm not going to put out an actual number. I'm going to defer to Marge, Rich, and the rest of the admin. Tell me what that number is going to look like, where we have one department chair teaching at least one class all year. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Julie?
I think I'll just hold till we go through the RCs. A lot's been said. I agree with a lot. I'm not totally there on some other things, but I'm good to get into the detail.
Thank you, Julie. John?
So, I think why we're changing things up, and it's not going to be this clear add cut and responses to add cut, is because we reached a tipping point in the community. I've been doing this public service thing over a decade. I never really heard unnecessarily high, or the proposed budget increase of 4.94% is not financially responsible. And those are from our other elected officials. So I do crunch numbers. I'm not looking to provide a number, but just to, enhance kind of how big this number is. And I get why the superintendent's proposed budget got here. We had a lot of priorities. I mean, one of them is security. And we, heard a great overview of that tonight, but it's kind of to your point, Duke, a bit of a perfect storm that's hit us. Teacher contract is a huge driver, but incredibly important what we did. And I thank our partners for passing it again. But putting it in perspective, we're running a 623,500, give or take, surplus, which Rich told us last week is probably going to go up. I mean, when you account for that, we're looking at a budget increase as proposed right now, 5.53%. So I just crunched that $1 million number. I mean, just as budgeted, that will shave that 4.94% to 4.03. But if you actually do a pro forma of, what our actual spending is going to be this year, at least projected at this point, you're still looking at 4.62% increase. So we're talking a lot of dollars. We're talking a budget in the $115-116 million range. So those percentages, law of large numbers, start to build more pressure. And that's why we're hearing it from our constituents on a wide basis. So I do have specific cuts, but touching the student, a lot of things do touch the student. I'm looking at new initiatives, new programs that we've operated the school without at a top level. And maybe foregoing some of these, and maybe foregoing some initiatives like physical education. I'm gonna hit budget control, no doubt. That's my thing. But I think there are some things that we can forego. And again, shave some of those dollars. But to Duke's point, I think it's really important. I know you weren't asked for priorities, Alan, before this evening, but we're really looking forward to hearing from priorities from all of you. I've been doing this my fourth one, and it's really difficult to go through this book. In today's point, take a sharp pencil and just say cut, add a little without any basis in knowing the operations. I mean, I'm looking at FTEs versus actual dollars. And so I have a lot of faith that you guys can do this and come to with our help, certainly an input, come to a reasonable number that we can bring to the Board of Finance and ultimately the RTM.
Thanks, John. So we'll move to kind of going through the RCs.
Duke, if I may.
Yeah, sure.
I don't see how the board feels. I'm looking at 10:30, I'm seeing Colleen and Kevin back here. Can we jump to capital expenditures to allow maybe if they want to stay for their RC 12, that's fine. But but I think it's, to me, something we could be a little courteous about and allow the two capital expenditures that basically we have more than two, but the two big ones that we have questions on, to allow some of our staff to go home at a reasonable hour, because this may take a while.
That's fine.
Well, wait, are you gonna? One of them's not even in the budget, so we'd have to
We have to amend the agenda.
amend the agenda.
One of them is, one of them is intended to be discussed at the capital once you end up through the RCs.
Yeah.
And then the other one has an agenda.
Yeah.
So.
Just a point.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to be.
We'll start our work, and I think, everyone
good
knows where
idea.
they're at, so. Rich, you're the master of the spreadsheet where you capture all this stuff for us each year. All right. I know Jill and Sarah will take notes too, so I'll open it up to RC1. Board questions or comments on RC1 Darien High School. John.
So I would propose account 110134 physical education teachers. To cut the 0.6 FTEs somewhere in the $70,000 range, but you'll give me that number, Rich. And then account 110124, the world language, 0.2 FTE for the ASL. And again, I mean, this is one that I wholeheartedly support over the long term. But as we look to find some dollars, I don't see a absolute need to put this in place this year versus another budget year. And I'd really like to focus more on meeting those special education issues that have been raised.
What was that line item again, John?
That's
110.
110124.
24.
Should I keep going? Well,
Okay, yeah, sure.
Now this is interesting because it goes to my question earlier. It's account 1011022, the wellness coordinator. Now this is an ESSER grant, so it's really not impacting our budget this year. After hearing tonight's presentation, I think we could probably easily do it with a half of an FTE. Again, it doesn't impact the budget per se, but I really want to wait until we get our director of mental health before we implement something like this and get up and running.
I'm supportive of the wellness center and all the good stuff that Ellen described. I just think we've got a little of the cart before the horse going on a couple of these things, and I really need the director of mental health to come on board and give us a 30, 60, 90 view and work with Ellen and the great team up there to develop, kind of the wellness center plan.
I just don't want to lose the grant either if we ultimately move that way. So you can kind of fill us in along the way.
So the grant does expire at the end of next school year. So if it's not used for this, we would just have to use it for something else.
Okay, but that means it can be implemented though at a later date and still used?
Yeah, we just have to have everything expended by June 30th, 2024.
Okay, that's helpful. I got one more and then I'll hand it over. Account 011022, talented and gifted. 0.02 FTE, and that's just tied to the dwindling enrollment. And I know this has been a subject of past discussion.
Cutting that.
Yeah, cut.
RC1, anyone else? Dennis.
Yeah, building substitutes 21,318. Again, I don't know what number this should be, but it should be lower.
I think if the administration could take away that we're not, we can get individual opinions, but I'd like to see a more creative solution and not have these substitutes added in. I'm fine with the existing ones going 4 to 5 days and the increase in the pay, but I'm just not there yet with adding bodies. All right. We'll move on to RC2, Fitch Academy. Anything on Fitch? I appreciate the presentation. I think that helped out a lot. RC3, Middlesex. Carol.
Let's see, where is it? Just had it, sorry.
Page 122, or looking for the spreadsheet.
I'm looking for Genius Hour.
It's in general teaching supplies.
Oh, is that where it is?
024011.
You know what line item it is, Rich?
So it's 16,125 and it's in row 123, 24011.
Thank you, Rich. So, yes,
Fair.
I'm looking to cut that.
You want to cut the Genius Hour?
Cut the Genius Hour. I think it's actually goes against everything we're talking about mental health. And it's, I don't think necessary at this time.
Fair enough. Dennis.
I would like to add consultant services 12001 of 90K for Teen Talk or Teen Kids in Crisis at the middle school.
You took mine.
Sorry,
You took mine.
sorry.
Good. Keep things moving. Thank you, Dennis. Anything else in RC3?
Do we, sorry, are we attacking building substitutes just throughout the budget period? So we don't need
I
to
think-
flag
I
each
think-
one?
Yeah,
Thank you.
good. Move to RC5. I think if there's anything that cuts across all the elementary schools, we've got 5, 7, 8, 9, and 10. But I'll start anything RC5 or elementary school in general. Katie.
Just back to the ELP secretary, I'd like to propose an addition of more than 1 month.
You want to add an FTE, add an ELP secretary specific to ELP?
I want to add a review of whether or not the current 1 month is truly adequate for ELP. I believe that's in the elementary RCs. That's right, Rich? Wasn't it under Oxbridge?
Oxford.
Yeah, thank you.
Anything else on the elementary RCs, Sarah?
I just have a question about Royal, the substitutes, because it's lower enrollment, can we get away with fewer subs there? I don't know about that, but.
Something to look at. Anything else on the elementary RCs? Move on to RC 11, athletic health and PE. John?
So this is, I mean, this goes to extracurriculars also across the board. I don't know if, well, I'll first start with the sports. If there's a way we can include some revenues from these Friday night games anyway, that are being added for all sports to cover some of the expenses. But I guess, yeah, I don't know, this would be a policy decision, but I think, going forward, we're gonna have to think about student participation fees across the board as well. Again, not make them punitive and not hurt the participation, have plenty of money available for stipends and scholarships, but I think we got to think outside the box creatively. That's one way, and others would be advertising and that sort of thing.
Yeah. Yes.
Just want to clarify. John, are you talking about adding participation fees for this year or?
Well, from a policy perspective, I think that's a bigger discussion, but I don't know if we can do that in this budget cycle and in such time due course. Maybe there is, I'm not sure.
What about line items like ticket fees on the lighted games?
So we could.
Rich or large, is that something we have to discuss also from a policy standpoint to add the fees for?
So you already collect ticket fees for like basketball and football. So we would just be expanding that. So it wouldn't really be a policy change. We would just have to get a rough estimate of what those games kind of had in terms of participation from spectators. And then we make certain assumptions about, obviously the prices of ticket and
The students continue to get in with their IDs. Okay. All right. Rich, on I think it's line 391-101-002 interscholastic Darien High School. This is all the transportation costs. Is it all the, where I wanted to go with this, regardless of the line, is there anything you can look at in terms of how you budget for the transportation for all these sports? And do you budget that 100% of them will go to all these additional SEAC and FCAC, championships and stuff like that? Or is there, based on our track record, we can bring that percentage down a little?
so it's not quite 100% assumption. The bigger challenge, which we see in athletics, is that we can't use first student as much as we would like, which is much less expensive.
You did a good job describing all those challenges. Yeah. Okay. But if there's anything that you can look at there, just, yeah, Sarah.
So would this be this may be a policy change? Is there a way? I know we talked about this a couple of meetings ago. Is there a way to budget for a coach bus for every event over 45 miles or whatever that is? So that the smaller teams, to the public comment that donate, the smaller teams are not having to take money out of their, or have parents pay for coach buses. I just don't know if there's a way to do that without making a policy change, but.
I don't know.
It would be like a small P policy change. I mean, we would probably have to look at current year schedules, how many of those teams had more than 45 miles away, and then the cost differential between the two. It wouldn't be quite exact because obviously, the location of a game changes depending on the competition. But that would probably be the closest way to.
I think it's a bigger picture conversation around sports.
Yeah.
Retreat. Julie.
I agree. I think there's a bigger conversation to be had around sports, and I think we're not allowed to call it a deep dive. Is there any way to look at if we can assume that we'll, 20% of the time not be able to get a school bus and we'll have to rely on a coach bus to negotiate something ahead of time and get a better rate on those coach buses by guaranteeing them X
Yeah, they're not.
You like this? I'm gonna do your negotiation. now?
There's, when you're in demand, there's no negotiating.
It's just that number just gets
When
bigger.
you have no
and
leverage,
bigger.
it typically doesn't help.
It gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and this transportation number to me is not sustainable. So.
Dave.
Sorry. In RC11, I'm just thinking of an ad, Rich. You can help me out with the number here. Again, would appreciate it. For 386-11022, the assistant director, I don't know if it goes there or if it properly goes in 406-25003. Professional development. I'm just wondering what the cost would be for PD to get the assistant director to have the certifications and qualifications to serve as athletic director. Thank you.
Jill.
This is one where I'd look at the secretary 21501.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else on RC11?
I'm just building off of what Jill just said. I'm wondering, just looking at the salary differential between the AD and the secretary, is there a way that the AD could assume some of that role? I don't know.
And some of those dollars.
Yeah.
Assistant
Yeah,
AD.
sorry, assistant AD, yes.
Yeah. Good. RC12 maintenance. Julie.
62003. Snow removal. I want to propose a $15,000 cut. We've never even hit 40,000, so 59 seems high. for the budget.
You just jinxed us for the rest of the
Done
winter.
there. Do I check the almanac?
Anything else on RC12? RC13 music. Jill?
Where are the cellos, Rich? Sorry, Colleen. And equipment.
RC14 art.
Are you doing,
challenge on the list.
are you doing anything? Phyllis?
Oh, I was suggesting that they be cut. They're not a curricular requirement.
We just made it this year's too, but Jill.
I know, and I thought of that.
Too, but
I know.
Yeah. Heard.
RC14 art. Good. RC15 technology. Yeah. I am my dollar amount is the 9,000 for the feasibility analysis. I'm all for looking at and replacing Aspen, but I think we need to see a presentation or hear from the vendor, and we can't spend $9,000 on sending people to go look at a system somewhere. So I don't know what line item that's in, Rich.
It's actually an RC19, but
Yeah. Anything else on RC15 computer technology?
go ahead.
I'll start with Julie.
I would love for us to have a conversation about pre-buying as appropriate and where we can.
We will.
So I'd like to open that up. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I mean, the problem with pre-buy, I guess, what you'd cut it from this budget. And then pre-buy in the next budget, right? Is that kind of, in this
You
budget?
buy
I'm
it
sorry.
in this
This
current
budget
year
and cut it
and
from,
cut it out of
that's
next
where I'm
year's
looking,
too.
sorry.
Yeah.
This,
Yeah.
okay.
I think that conversation would be more around the technology that's part of Jeff Adams' replacement cycle technology. But then that would decrease the budget. It's not like we're gonna use it to pre-buy and keep those dollars in the budget. It's gotta be a 1-for-1.
So I just want to be careful when we do that also, because we have to decide pretty early, and I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah.
But from a budgeting standpoint, we've just told Shirley to go out and, pursue some special ed. Okay, so
And
let's.
I almost want to look at that separately, and I'm perfectly comfortable going through our budget process and what Shirley and special ed team needs. We have to go through an appropriation process. I'm
Okay.
Happy to do that.
Okay, I just want to understand that we're all on the
Yep.
same page there.
Absolutely.
Your
Yeah,
point
go ahead.
being that could impact the surplus, right?
Right,
We don't
you're
wanna
gonna
have
eat
too
into a
many
surplus
things.
with the pre-buy, but then you're gonna go
Yeah.
back, and so. Probably brought, as time goes on, also the budget process goes on for another month, 2 months, so we'll, we can also see the dollars. Maybe somebody else can do it to their budget if you want.
Right, but
Uh,
we have talked before about being willing to go for an appropriation for special ed.
Understood. I'm not.
Julie, are you good?
I'm good, thank you.
Dave?
Thanks. Following up on the point, Duke, about where we have staff and where we have student facing, I'm going to propose a full cut to zero for line 551-21201, Director of Instructional Technology. I really think we need to look at going back to the stipend model we had back when Luke Forshaw used to run this.
Okay.
Thank you.
John?
And then consultant services, what is that, 120.01? Is there a way that, now that we have the one-to-one initiative out there, is there a way that we could just save a little from the consultant services?
So a lot of it, it's like tier 3 services, so it's things that our staff can't do.
Okay.
And you bring in a third party to kind of troubleshoot.
Okay, but if you can take a look at it, that's where I don't want to propose a cut unless.
Yeah. Understood. Katie?
Rich, if this is not the right RC, please advise. But I do want there to be an amount in for whatever technology is needed for the special education logs. I know that Power in School was actually, it's listed on this page. But it might have been RC 19, and I think that they had a component or an add-on. So would this be the correct RC to add a technology budget?
I don't want to add a dollar amount for technology for special ed. I would go the appropriation path down that.
Well, but this hopefully would be a recurring expense, is what I'm saying. It would be the logging system you were talking about. Yeah.
Right. But until we understand what it is and what it costs, it doesn't need to be part of this budget. I mean, they've got to come to us and tell us, I hear what you're saying, but it could be 200, it could be 300, it could be 100. And I think we have to understand what is out there right now. Can it be used? And it might not fit into this budget cycle, but personally, I'm okay with that. If we need to go for dollars, we go for dollars. I don't.
Yeah, I guess.
What are you trying to?
So I was asking
Yeah.
Rich to suggest this is a program that is commonly used. This is what it might cost and a range. And while I would love to see it implemented in this current school year, I would hope that it's a recurring expense that we have year after year and that we always go forward with the best practice of tracking services. That's why I was putting it up for a budget addition.
Totally understand what you're saying. I think there's an initial cost for the system or the software or the implementation, and then whatever the licensing is on an annualized basis thereafter. It may be $300,000 this year, and it may be $25,000 a year thereafter, but until we get there, I think it's a little crystal balling. Julie?
That makes sense.
Okay, Dave.
Slight follow-up question. In terms of looking at the Aspen replacement, are there any synergies or interoperability between the two? Would love to have that question answered. Thank you.
Absolutely. And there isn't, Rich, just to be clear, there's nothing in this budget around the Aspen replacement other than the cost associated with going out and looking at the system.
Just the 9,000 for our school university.
All right, so we'll have a presentation, not so much a vendor review. There's really not any vendors out there, but that's something that'll come up through us for implementation and budget next year. Correct?
Potentially, yeah, potentially.
All right. Good. Yeah.
73400 new computer equipment, a cut of 50,000.
Are you on RC 15? Yeah. 73400.
Yeah.
You're cutting 50.
What is that? Under equipment.
New computer equipment.
Gotcha.
So Rich, just to be clear, so everyone's on the same page, that is the replacement technology that's on a normal cycle.
So that's all the 4-year replacement cycle for technology.
Okay. We good on RC 15? Katie, are you good? With, yeah, but do you understand? I don't know what we would put in there. I mean, you're more than welcome to throw a number out there.
We can take it offline afterwards.
Yeah. Okay. RC 16 administration. John,
It's ceremonial, but $1,000 off the 130.03 other board expenses. We should take a hit and brown bag it one of our long meetings or something.
anything else on RC 16? And here I would say we've got a couple of secretaries or executive assistants. I would like to see where there could be some potential efficiencies there. RC 17 health. Anything on health? RC 18 personnel. John,
Yeah, sorry. Account 31000 budget control. Cut that by 222,921.
so eliminate it.
Zero.
Okay.
Can I,
Yes.
I want to keep two sections in. Is that? How does that work? If we want.
We'll-
different-
Well, we'll have to vote
We'll
on
have to do
that.
Yeah, we'll vote on
that's
it,
Next
so.
time. Gotcha.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks. Anything else on RC 18? Rich, you've got turnover here. You're comfortable with that turnover, or based on the new contracts, based on teachers we're bringing in that might be at a higher salary? Is there any?
So it's aggressive.
Okay.
If we look at this year, we did about 450 in teacher turnover. But we wouldn't have put it in if we didn't think we could handle it.
Okay, and we talked about, and our esteemed colleague from RTM F&B talked about kind of a vacancy rate. Are you comfortable with looking at and coming up with some type of vacancy rate, knowing we have openings at certain points in time and we're carrying those salaries?
So we could look at what's occurred this year and even last year and come up with something.
Okay, good. Yes,
Just to follow up, I just want to be careful because we got an
Yeah.
aggressive turnover, so the vacancy.
I rely on the experts.
Well, the vacancy would help if you.
Well, if you budget a vacancy.
Yes.
Correct. So if you don't budget a vacancy and you don't hit your turnover and you get a vacancy, you can apply it to your turnover. If you budget both, you don't hit your turnover.
You know the math better than I, but you just be careful.
Look. Your recommendation is nothing. We'll figure it out, but I think it's worth discussing based on staffing. Anything else on RC 18? RC 19 curriculum? Katie.
Oops, sorry.
Thank you. I would propose eliminating spending on teachers' college, professional development and textbooks and adding necessary spending to curriculum writing and revision.
Thank you. Anyone else on Sarah?
To the talk about efficiencies, account 191206, the curriculum coordinator, is there a way? I don't know. I just want to make sure that that position is being used properly. It's a high
Yeah.
dollar amount.
I would ask that position be looked at carefully. Anything else on RC 19? RC 20.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, John. Go ahead.
Just account 12001 consultant services. I know we're going down from 93,000 to 84,000, but if we go to previous years, it's a huge increase over the years. So if you can shave some dollars off of that would be great.
RC 20 finance. There's anything really there. RC 21 library media. Rich, these online subscriptions, those are just costs associated with everything, and there's just an increase in those subscriptions. Yeah. You explained that the last time. Good. Anything else on RC 21? RC 22, technology education.
Yes.
Go ahead, Tara.
So is it 73400? Equipment iPads of 6,000, is that the one associated with robotics?
Yes.
I'd like to cut that. I think
Okay.
that we need to find those iPads elsewhere.
And also on 52004 field trips, I think we need to figure out another way to fund that.
Agreed.
Or sharing of funding. Like we do with the other clubs.
Can we also ask for some clarification between what dollars it takes to extend the grant as it stands and what is incremental spend that's different from the grant in this budget?
So, yeah,
So for example, did the grant fund all of those competitions or some of this PD?
yes, it did. Yes, like 213 over the 2 years.
So it'd just be helpful to see what the grant was funding and if this is dollars.
Just side by
dollars
side of,
same.
here's what the grant funded, here's what's in the budget this
So
year.
we did have that as one of the RTM.
Yeah, we have that.
You did.
Questions. The first year of the grant didn't spend quite as much because it was late in terms of kind of getting off the ground. So you'll see less than the 213, but
Okay, I'll take it up. Thank you.
Thanks. Anything else on RC 22? Julie.
I think this is all in RC 22, but to cut the 77,200, which is the cost associated with robotics, everything except the stipends. Just again, in keeping with how we fund other clubs and councils.
Rich, do you understand that?
You got that?
Okay.
Thanks.
RC 22 going once. We'll move it to RC 23 summer school. Anything on summer school? We'll move to RC 24 on special education. Katie.
Again, not specific, but this is another RC that I think we need to look for adding to, the board and the administration received an email recently with lists of issues and needs not being met and potential ideas. So I would just like to put it back to administration to look creatively at ways that we might be able to make sure that we are, one, meeting all students' needs currently, and two, that we have staff in place in order to meet challenges.
Thank you, Katie. I think there's anything you want to change in here, I think to Katie's point, let's do it. And then if you think there's stuff over and above that, that you want to talk about for more of an appropriation, or as we look at our surplus and there's an immediate, I think to Katie's point about some of the challenges, I guess my ask of you is what's the need between now and June? And are there dollars there that we can get you to, so you have the flexibility to do the hiring where it's needed, do some catch up, bring in some services. So, all right, makes sense. All right, good. We good on RC 24? RC 25 fixed expenses. Good. Evan, just keep all those utilities under control. We'll move to RC 26, the early learning program. Anything on RC 26? Katie?
I just reiterate the same point about ELP and staffing and concerns that we're hearing in terms of having enough actual special education teachers versus only paras.
Sure. Do you want to add anything in terms of the administrative support there?
Well, that I added in elementaries because it was
That works.
attributed to.
So it just depends. If it's a full secretary, we would put it in RC 26. If it's like a month or a 0.2,
You want a full one?
So my perspective on that is I would put that back in your camp, like if
That's
one
fine.
is needed, great, put it here. If.
When they come back to us, perfect, good. Good idea. Thank you. Anything else on RC 26? RC 27, security. Are we good on that? The update from the chief? RC 28. Hopefully we never see or hear from it again. No sneezing allowed, John. If you go to COVID RC, you sneeze.
Irony.
So, Kevin, thank you for hanging out.
Duke, I missed one. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, sure.
Can I go to RC 12 real quick?
Okay.
Kevin was just ready to come up.
No, I just wanted to see if we could look at increasing our rental rates and or our participation fees for our athletic
I think that was
fields.
was that a takeaway, Rich?
No,
Do we have it already?
A meeting or two
it was
ago.
one of the questions on super.
I saw the question. I'd love
Let's-
to see the numbers. to
Let's see a
what it looks like
proposal
if
on
we
that.
bump
Let's see a
those up.
proposal on that.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Julie. Get your name right. So we'll move to the capital budget. So I'll just open it up instead of going through each of these, but anything from a capital budget standpoint you want to discuss? I know we've got a couple of things on the agenda to talk through, but. Yeah. Anything to add? I know this was part of the facilities discussion, right, on the auditorium?
Oh, yes.
Yep. So, anything we want to?
Yeah, we're ready to.
add?
The facilities committee asked us to come back and prioritize. Could we look at things a little bit differently? So my colleagues here, Kevin and Colleen, are here to share, the board received the memorandum about it. Michelle, maybe you can put that memorandum up, but it's the hours late, just waiting to go ahead and start.
Sure. So the original proposal that Jeff DeMayo and I worked on really talked about things from mainly a technological and functionality standpoint. So I went back. I went back and prioritized things based on how they impact the curriculum and listed the elements in priority order based on really how many students they affect and how crucial it is to how crucial each element is to the functionality of the auditorium. So I don't know how much further if you'd like me to present on this now, or if you'd like to, I can
No, this is
quickly,
great. Thank you very much.
I can quickly go
We can-
through each element if that's helpful.
I think we're good. I
Okay.
think everyone has the information. Any discussion further or? Go ahead, John.
I appreciate the extra work you did. But I think this came pretty quick to this board and the community and all of our partners that are going to want to take a look at this. And I highly support like the audio improvement microphone speakers. I mean, it's very clear that that needs an update, but I would propose pulling it out of the budget process and looking for a special capital appropriation. And kind of taking our time through this element and still probably get it done within the timeline, but it just, I think if we take it as is, it's
I
gonna be
think
a pretty
there's
tough
more
process.
work to be done on it, or from an understanding and an education standpoint in terms of the public. Sarah?
I also wonder if we do pull it out, and I think I support that, is there an opportunity for some private dollars here? Could we have a naming opportunity? Could we have one of our
Great
wonderful
idea.
foundations in town help us out with this?
Yeah. Julie?
Do we have an understanding of how disruptive doing the work is? Because it's to my knowledge, the auditorium is used consistently at least 11 months of the year. I think much of August is probably the only time that it sits. And this could be done unless it can be done while the auditorium's in use. Do we know how that would work? Just as far as determining how we might need to manage the timing to make things possible.
Sure. So, we certainly split it up so that it could be more manageable. But I think it really depends on, we would appoint a design consultant to see how, how we can make these changes work. But, there are certain things, for example, if we just did priorities 1 and 2, the audio and video, that would make, great impacts in the auditorium without, we could certainly do that within a few weeks to a month, without a huge disruption. Yes.
Thanks.
Is there on that note, is there a line there where that starts to change?
Really, Jeff DeMayo started working with some contractors, and we do think that we could set up a timeline and prioritize the work so that we may have to adjust some things, for example, in the summer, but it wouldn't be overly disruptive to the curriculum if we were able to move forward with the items on the list as proposed originally.
Their ability to use Middlesex's auditorium or another school.
I mean, the challenge in this town is that the high school auditorium is really the auditorium for all town events. We really don't have a second space. However, if we had to move a smaller event or change the timing on something to get this work done, we could certainly do it.
I thank you for bringing this forward. You're new in the role, and we went in there and did an assessment. Kevin's new in the role and did an assessment, but I think something like this also, I would have rather have seen this come up through the process, and this stuff needs to be on some type of timeline in terms of when stuff needs to be replaced or upgraded. You can't just all of a sudden come up with close to $1 million in stuff that needs to be done in the high school. That high school is coming to that age where I just want to make sure, Kevin and the administration, that no more, I'm going to call it a surprise, although I'm thankful you're there taking a look at it and bringing it to the forefront, and we want to do the right thing. It's a showpiece, that auditorium, but to all of a sudden have this come to the board versus it being on, a lot of this stuff being on a normal replacement cycle or an upgrade cycle. I think that's the way this stuff has to be approached on a go-forward basis. We'll figure out how to get this done, because it's important stuff and it's an important space, but there's got to be a process where we see this coming through, because we understand when equipment becomes obsolete. I'll leave it at that.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'll take responsibility for putting it on as a new person to just doing the review. I'll take responsibility of putting it on and surprising. So thank you.
Good. But thank you for the work done on this.
Thank you.
All right. Dennis.
Yeah, to the point of Mr. Sini and pulling this off, can we also just have a memorandum and a timeline of what we would need if we pull it off in order to get this done in post haste time, or the same time without, if we leave it in the budget, it can get done in the summer. If we take it out, what does our timeline look like to get it done in the summer? Because I don't want to pull it out and then have to wait an entire year.
You think if you add a timeline to the prioritizations, and are you working with a vendor or project manager?
I mean, we will be. The challenge is we kind of need to know what projects we're looking to budget for. And, so the reason for the prioritization here is, we certainly could, for example, do priority 1 and priority 2. And we could certainly amend the schedule, and I'd be happy to work on that.
Okay. I think that's the best way.
So Duke, and just in terms of process, then basically this is a cut for the moment, and ultimately we'll vote on perhaps some of the project, all of the project, none of the project.
Or go down the path of looking for an appropriation.
But we still would follow it through this, and if we
Yeah.
vote no, we would look at an appropriation.
But I would work on that timeline.
Okay.
So we can understand that.
I think in the meantime, perhaps board members could be thinking about what additional work they want and send that to Dennis, or maybe with you and copy, so that we can, because I do believe the timeline is very tight. And so whether we decide to do it through the budget or an appropriation, I think we're on a similar path, and we would want to make sure that the work gets done.
So then as I look at this, got audio. So LED drapery and stage. So you're moving up this 389. You're including in this, right? The 389 is out.
That's the second year.
Second year.
Yes,
Okay, and you've
so.
got that year two there. Okay.
Sure. So I included the entire total for year one. That hasn't changed. However, I did separate it out so that if there was a decision to partially fund the project, the year one project, if you were looking to do that, the priorities are listed there.
Okay.
So with coordination with the board schedule, whatever it ends up happening to be, is the board comfortable if I solicit some interest from outside organizations for some of it?
Absolutely.
Good, thank you.
Great.
Thank you. Anything else on capital? Yes, go ahead, Katie.
Apologies if I am not remembering this right. I thought that there was a discussion point or something about a review of middle school in particular, or the next kind of phase of the long-term plan, but I'm not finding it in here. Do we have any plans for that right now? No, we don't.
It's on the facilities committee for a future agenda,
Okay,
but there's nothing in the capital plan because the work hasn't been done.
okay. So we'll talk about that soon.
Yes.
Are you volunteering for the building committee?
Right, Mrs. Dunn, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
all
you
for
very much. Thank you,
staying.
Colleen. Thank you. You have to
All right,
stay.
Oh, okay. All right, so Rich, as much as you can organize some of those thoughts, you guys will have some work and come back to us between now and the next meeting. With some of that information. Anything else you need from us?
Nope.
Okay, good. And I think the guidance, I know, and I fully understand where people are with backing in or coming into a number, but I think that $1 million number is a good guide. And I'll leave it at that. We'll move on to discussion and possible action on a request of funds from the Board of Finance in the amount of $365,960 for the proposed Darien High School track. I'll turn that over to Mr. Rudel.
So I'll just give a little bit of an overview and then Kevin's here to answer any questions. So the current budget, the fiscal 23 budget did include $450,000 for the replacement of the track. We did put this out to bid and unfortunately we got 0 bids. We did reach out to the cooperative purchasing price and we got a price from Cape and Island for two portions, one for about $588,000, which was essentially a like kind proposal, and then one for an upgraded enhanced proposal, which is called the sandwich system, which is a much better track. It's a much better product. It lasts a lot longer. It is the same type of product that was put in New Canaan, for example, same type of product that was put in Greenwich, and it is going to be proposed to be put in Norwalk at Brian McMahon. The price to do the sandwich system was $815,960, so $365,960 above budget. We did include some pictures of the track so people can see some of the disrepair of the track. The track certainly does need to be replaced. There are really two components that drove the price up significantly. One is the price of oil. So asphalt is getting more expensive. We're seeing that Norwalk, for example, had a budget of a little over $500,000. Their price came in at a little over 800,000, pretty similar to where we are. And again, that's the price of oil. And also part of it is just the nature of the track, as you can see. So the more it deteriorates, the more it's going to cost. Cape and Island is a world-class company. As I mentioned, they did New Canaan and they did a fantastic job. Ideally, what we would like is for the board to approve a transfer request to go to the Board of Finance in the amount of $365,960 from their capital reserve account, and that would allow us to do the track this year. As of right now, they don't have any other schools or tracks in the queue essentially to do. That doesn't mean they won't have one between now and that time frame. But they have said that weather permitting, they should be able to get this before the football season starts in August.
This summer.
Correct.
So I'll open up to board questions or comments, but I think the one thing, Jill, correct me if I'm wrong, I think whatever dollars we want, I think we want to just request the dollars from the Board of Finance and we'll let the Board of Finance figure out where they're getting it from. and not request a transfer from any specific account. They can figure out where their dollars are there. I think that's a fine way to do it there, but other than that, and so Rich, I know people have brought up the cost of petroleum-based products. I think we should clarify first for everyone, the track is safe.
Yes.
All right, and we do that on an annual basis. We certify all those fields and tracks and equipment, so. Was there a discussion about delaying this a year from a facility standpoint?
Yes.
And are there, in your view, are there any cost savings associated with that?
So if oil goes down, you potentially could save some money, but as the track gets used and goes into disrepair even more, you're gonna pay more on that end. So there's no guarantee that you would save money. You might save it on the oil end and then pay on the actual product of the track. So we would not recommend deferring it a year.
Okay. Board questions or comments?
Just one quick one that
Sure, Dennis.
with the pictures of the track abutting the field and going into the curbing and everything, do we need to also then have someone from the turf field there to repair any damage that may or may not occur with that?
So the plan is not to touch the turf whatsoever. The work essentially would stop at that concrete curbing, and then the overlay of the spray would be on that surface. So
That
no,
curbing, that curbing is deteriorating.
correct. And it's in the scope of work for them to repair a certain lineal feet of it, as the pictures indicate, because it is in.
But you don't, to Dennis's point, you don't see that interfering with the
No.
field or having the field company to have to come in and do any remediation.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
John,
And then were you able to see what's going on at Brian McMahon and a similar project?
So they had $500,000 in their budget. Their quote came in about 823. So really right in line with where we're at. They're using a company called Classic Turf, which is one of the companies that did come out to review during our bid walkthrough, but didn't choose to bid. Part of the reason is they're going to be tied up doing Brian McMahon. But they're having the same issues in terms of the price of asphalt going up, the cost of repair for the track. So now they're having to look at whether or not they can get an appropriation of some sort to kind of bridge that gap they have.
any further board comments or questions? Any conversation around delaying it?
Yeah, could we asked you guys to go back and look at that? Can you comment on that one more time? If we delayed it a year beyond just the deterioration aspects, the safety
I
aspects.
think Rich just said he doesn't see much savings.
So I don't
But
think
we
it's-
asked from a safety perspective. if there was-
So obviously, the longer you wait, the more it'll deteriorate, and if it deteriorates significantly, and that depends on snowstorm and rain and things like that. Could it pose a safety issue? I mean, it certainly could, and then you'd have
And
to
then you
shut the
wind up
track
having
down.
shutting it down,
Then you have to
although
shut the
Julie
track.
has said there's no snow this winter.
Yeah.
Cut the plowing budget.
I actually think tonight it's supposed to snow.
All right, good. So we're good on no further questions, comments? All right, then I'll make a motion to request an appropriation of funds from the Board of Finance in the amount of $365,960 for the proposed Darien High School track project. Mr. Simi, second by Ms.
I
Monroe.
just have a
Yeah.
comment before we vote. If we're not going to take the auditorium in the normal course of the budget and we have to go for an appropriation, I just think we might want to look at whether there's any synergy.
So the only issue with this is the timeline is very tight if you want to get it done over the summer and before the start of the next athletic season.
Okay.
We really need to commit to a vendor by, early mid-February. So if you take it off cycle, unlike the auditorium, and you wait until, let's say, March or April, you're not doing the track over the summer.
Okay.
Fair enough. Good question.
And this is not part of the capital budget, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, so it's already all cycling away, but.
Yep.
Well,
Even though
it's this year's capital budget.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And an ad. All right.
Yeah.
So all those in favor, I think that was unanimous. Okay, good. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you very
Thank you, Rich. We'll quickly go to the discussion on the December 2022-23 financial report and possible actions on budget transfers.
I'll just wait for the.
So in the interest of time, I know
I'll
this
just go
went through
through
the finance, I know this went through the finance committee, so. And we've all done our homework here. Anything you want to add here or highlight, Rich?
So overall, we are forecasting a positive balance of $623,000. It is only about $70,000 higher than the previous account. We are recommending one transfer for the board to consider. Due to the HHR project, the rugby field at Royal will be offline for the season, so we are looking to get portable rugby goals to allow them to play at Middlesex, and so the cost of that is $10,000. We are recommending taking the savings from the health insurance account, which is accrued because of a number of vacant positions.
Okay, thank you. Board questions or comments? Jill?
These are portable goals. This is just a temporary relocation to the middle school, or is this a permanent relocation to the middle school?
Well, I guess it could be either. I guess that's determine what Dr. Adley would like to do.
Okay.
But because they are portable, you do have the option of moving them. So depending on how HHR works out, you might want to end up moving the rugby poles back to Royal, or you might want to actually keep them at.
I thought I had heard though, the field is better at Middlesex for rugby.
Oh, yeah, certainly for like.
It's better field. no
Yes,
matter
it's
what.
better field.
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
But it's a good point that they're portable either way. Okay, all right. Any other questions, finance? May I have a motion to approve the proposed December budget transfer? Dennis, second by John. All those in favor? Thank you. We will move on to first reading and discussion of proposed revisions to Board of Education policies. Series 6000. I'm not going to read through all of these. They're in the agenda. We'll move it quickly over to Mr. Brown and Ms. Sion.
And I'll turn it promptly to Ms. Sion.
And even though I know that you would like to hear a deep discussion of each one, everything that's on the agenda tonight is required by changes to the law. So if anyone has any specific questions, but they're just legal changes, and there is an update on the policy audit, which shows you what we've done so far and gives you an indication of where we may go in the future.
And all these are up for first read.
And these are first readings and proposed. Good. Any current questions or comments? These will come up again before a vote. We're good. All right, good. Thank you. Thanks, March. Thanks, Dave. FOIA log review, Ms. Sion.
I mean, things are heating up again, as you can see. I don't know if anyone has any particular questions, but we got, since this went in your packet on Friday, we had 2 additional FOIA requests.
Okay. Any questions or thoughts on FOIA? Okay. Marge, are you at the point of being able to handle requests? I mean, sometimes these things go into the thousands of.
The thousands
Or
and.
tens of thousands, I
Right,
think.
The
in
tens
some-
of thousands.
In some
Yep. So
instances.
the advice from Shipman and Goodwin is that the Freedom of Information Commission will be fine as long as you spend about a half an hour a day on any outstanding request. So I
Okay.
try to do that.
All right. Okay, because at the end of the day, putting resources to this is, there's a cost associated with it.
So
But we save attorney's fees.
Yeah, yep. Good, John.
that's a cumulative half hour a day for all or per request.
Per request.
So, I mean, just reiterating that, I guess I would only say is, yes, you have every right for a FOIA request, but try to hone in on an issue instead of a broad word. I mean, that's what's
I was
the
on a call, it's
thousands.
tens of thousands of emails that are
Right,
being
and-
requested based on the broadness of the searches.
Right, and people confuse questions that they may have with Freedom of Information requests. So we provide documents, and some of the things you see there are questions that don't fall under that. So that, I guess, will save time now that I think about it, because we won't.
But I
look
think
for
everyone should
documents.
understand there are real dollars associated
Yes.
with the costs of
Mhm.
doing this. And if there's
Yep.
conversations to be had or meetings through the chain of command, that should always be a first methodology to get some of these things resolved. Sarah.
Is there any way to add to the log, the number of hours each request takes and how many responsive requests there are and how many?
I would also add the number of responsive requests.
Yeah.
Julie,
Can you remind, do we look at this biannually, annually?
what did we decide, Marge?
I thought we were just doing it annually.
Okay.
I mean, I guess if it gets a lot more.
That's
then
what I was gonna
maybe-
say. Do we have a threshold at which you raise your hand and say we need to take another look? kind of?
I'd like to look at it at the end of the quarter again, I think, just to see where we're at. Jill.
I think the point you made, Marge, is important that, right, if the data doesn't exist, it's not FOIA-able, right? So
Correct.
someone may want to know how many teachers wore black shirts to school today, but no one's going to go and count that because the data doesn't exist.
Right. If you can click a button to create a report, we're supposed to do that. But otherwise, we don't have to create a record.
Okay. So that's a distinction.
All right, thanks, Marge. We'll move on to presentation and discussion on the board master agenda for February through August 2023.
Yeah, that's your first read of it. You'll see there, I started to formulate a wee bit of the July special agenda. Excuse me. I talked about the preliminary discussion of the FY25 budget at the end, so we want to maybe discuss that. I put in line some of the end of year superintendent processes and tidied some other things up that have run its course or otherwise, so we can have a look at it.
Sure.
I was actually just going to suggest that maybe somebody take a look at the agenda and sort of knock out some suggestions for reformatting when we look at our goals for the year. Some of these things we've talked about, because it's too late tonight. But we keep talking about having policy changes, but not having a time for the policy changes. So I definitely took note of a lot of the changes, like buses for sports. In the future, cafeteria sustainability. I think I'd like for us to take a look at our total goals process, shift that back a little bit and look at how that relates to the year. I'm happy to do that. But I think that would inform maybe a slightly different set of events.
Makes sense.
Okay.
Good.
Duke?
Yes, Sarah.
There are a
sorry.
couple of things that we need to put on here, and I don't know where they go, but I think as much as everyone doesn't want to talk about athletics, we have to talk about athletics. It has to.
Well, I
to get
think
on.
there has to be a decision on that. We've been there, we've done that.
But we
maybe
still have
time, maybe,
unsolved issues.
maybe.
Yeah, I'd like to just hear what about athletics. So,
Well,
we can form.
But I think
we're
that
not doing
also,
tonight.
Not tonight.
we've got to decide, that's a good point. We've got to decide agenda item versus a retreat item. And what
Yeah,
do
I
we
mean-
need, what do we need to tackle it?
We need to tackle the equity in athletics.
Yep.
It is inequitable, inequitable, sorry. It's late,
Good.
inequitable right now, and we need to fix it. Full stop. And I also would like to see a discussion about revenue streams, and if that's in the retreat,
Yes,
fine, but-
absolutely. Good. Dennis.
Yeah, there's a quick one and it doesn't even show up on the master agenda and it's on our budget agenda, but I would like to request that we change the tour of the schools to budget season.
Before the
Tour of
capital.
the school.
Before we vote on the budget, I would like to tour the schools. So to see what we're voting on as opposed to voting on it after we've already approved said budget.
That makes sense.
That does.
Just on the lower level, we also talked about a presentation on unified, one on transition planning.
Yes.
There's a few other things. But anyway.
Good. Dave.
I apologize to everyone for asking this, but what does equity mean in the athletics content? We go forward to look at that so we can do the
means-
analysis and you can tell me later. That's
Oh,
fine.
I
I'm
can-
just
I
like,
can-
I don't know what that means when you say it, what you're.
Fees, transportation, everything in that spreadsheet.
Not tonight.
Okay.
Not tonight.
A little more at some point would be great, because I'm just not sure what the question is.
I think it has to do, I think it has to do with dollar per student athlete.
Good. Perfect. All right, good. Michelle, we will move back over to public comment. Anyone in the house?
Anyone in-house would like to participate?
Anyone online?
Anyone on Zoom? There are no raised hands.
Did we
Good, thank you.
personnel report? Did we not do that?
It's just for
Sorry.
informational purposes. Anything you want to add on? No, good. Thank you all for participating this evening, and we look forward to the further discussions on the budget. Motion to adjourn, Sini, Maroney,